So we have PvP sets, trial sets, and the special sets. We can rank them too, but not very easy to get those ones, since they don't drop anymore. Affliction, where would we place Affliction? That's a very, very bad dodge proc set. It's kind of like Way of Fire, but less damage. I think it's still probably high D tier. Those give you the minor defile guaranteed. It's full uptime on that too. It's a little bit of disease damage and disease proc, which usually is worse than Way of Fire and Burning. It's like 330. They could fix this by increasing the damage. It should probably have the same as Way of Fire. I don't see why not. That's 2.33, 330. Way of Fire is 330, 0.33, 571. Also, where did I rank it? Afflicted, put it somewhere here. Affliction. That's probably better than this, that's here. Probably like around here, maybe worse than Turvakun. Something like that is probably fair. Trend 30 to 571, because there's no reason why it should just be worse than Way of Fire. It's the same proc condition, right? When you deal damage with light or heavy attack. Or is this just when you deal damage? Might be actually. It's when you deal damage. Okay, it's a bit easier to proc. Huh. I still think the damage should be closer. Maybe like 500 or something like that. Or 460, something like that. So right now it's definitely not worth. Get almost double the damage with the Way of Fire. So 0.5 I think, from 0.33. 0.5 coefficient. There, maybe it's worth after cooldowns 4 seconds. Yeah, true, cooldowns also longer. Way of Fire is 2 seconds. You're right, it could be the same damage because of the cooldown. Should actually probably be more damage, but at least the same damage. And maybe also 3 second cooldown, not 2 seconds, but 3 seconds. Even after all of this, it won't be OP. Because it would still be worse than... technically worse than Way of Fire. But yeah, I think definitely D tier right now. Look at the build, never mind, don't run tempo nears, just shock and knife blade. I see. You probably have the bow proc, right? I don't like assassination only for the bow proc. You can do it, it's definitely works, but yeah, I don't find it to be like fully optimal. Agility. This one's kinda meh, but probably like honestly maybe low C tier meh. There's not many 3-piece sets. Maybe there's some case where like in theory you could run it. It's kind of like how in theory you can run Tooth Throw or a Treasure Hunter to buy bar space and not have to run the Major Prophecy or Savagery, but I'd say low C tier, it should be better. I think you get it on par with some other sets by increasing the 3-piece value. This should be, I think, 400. Because we buffed a lot of the other kind of weaker stat sets. I think this one could be close to the same value as the 5 pieces. Because it's not easy to run a 3-piece on a jewelry or weapons. You can run it on body. It's very restrictive. Those have the stronger 2-piece, but overall value from agility is not really where it should be. Hey boys, how you doing? Maybe from Malcolm's website, bad at making your own builds. Oh, I get why people run the bowproc, but honestly you don't really need it. Just run full pressure. Have like a lot more survivability with Restaurant Line. Get more damage with something like the Sea Snail. Alles in order, kinda meh nowadays. It used to be good when health regen was good, but... Let's see, do we have any other health regen sets? Have to rank it kinda close to those, I suppose. It's probably nothing in C tier. It's only like health regen. I think all of the health regen sets can be buffed a lot. Yeah, I would be shocked to find any health regen sets there. But we have to rank this above the above some of the other ones. Because you can get more health regen, you get better at 2-4, definitely better than Creamback, for example. So I think maybe here is fine. Don't see any health regen here. I would probably not have a cap. Well, let's see, if you have 45k armor, let's say, would be kinda a lot. 2% of that, 1800 with 45k, but you get major breeds, minor breeds, it's less value. I think this should be like 3% at least. So if you have, let's say 40k after major breeds, minor breeds. If you build around armor, you would have oh, it's only 1200. Wait. Oh, because yeah, it would be 2400, right? It's also physical resistance. So if you have 80k total, then 3% would be 2400. I think that's fine. And I think there shouldn't be a cap. Because there's already a cap on how much armor you can get. Why cap the health reason? Is there a better scaling self-healing set for tanking in PvP than Leasing Blade? Just for healing? It really depends. If you have a lot of people standing in the Leasing Blade, it can be best in slot in those situations, but sometimes you get way more healing from like Maras, for example. Especially if people are ranged and not standing in your Legion plane. It's very situational. Or something like his sub could be more value. You kind of have to test it, and like even then, like you're gonna get different values in different kind of fights. Almalexis I think is not bad if you stack max stats, but Where would I rank it? I think it's less flexible than his sub. I think his sub was it B tier? His sub is B tier. Omalax is group heals though. So it can be good for that. I would probably rank it above Hexus Sword. Probably next to his sub. Because Almax is one of those sets that if you get really high max magic and stamina, then on average you get more healing than his sub. But stacking max stam or magicka is not very good nowadays, of course. But it could be, and if it is one day again, then the set itself gives good value. Anoki, thank you for the follow. Thank you. It could be better though. I think his sub we also buffed a little bit. I think by just increasing the scaling. Ropes of the Hist here. Try to keep it in line with that one. Yeah, to 2500 then. More duration. This could be like 2000. And the coefficient could be better. Don't think you need to change anything else really. As a very unique 7 meter range could be 8, but as cross healing maybe gives it a little bit more range limited on this set. At 0.29 per max then. So this could be oh, why does it say 15 here? Ah, because I got max magic from the enchant, right? Wait, is this number just the base number with the base max magical? I wonder. Because then I don't need to write it down. I need to just write down the coefficient. Be 12k times 0.02946. No, because that would be 353. Yeah. How is 12k magicka only? It's way more than that in game. I think. Than 300 heal. Or 100 per second. I'm not sure if this is accurate. So I know in game this gets to like 7 or 6 to 7k tooltip with 60k magicka. What if you had a 70k? It's kind of ridiculous tooltip actually. Say 60k. So 29, 46. 1765 plus 1.5? That's not accurate. That's not accurate at all. Or is this per tick? No, it's just over 3 seconds. I'm just gonna write the notes not accurate on build editor, but heal over time should be around 30% stronger, or 30 to 40 in today's meta. It's definitely better than that in game. Way better. What's this bug then? Oh, it's per tick actually. Because we got this number with the 12k, right? 386. That's why it's on the wrong value here. 0.0 94 26 364 and 378. It looks like it's the tick value. Interesting. So we can actually buff in. So I think 60k magic should be used as a standard there. So if we did like 35, let's say. 0.35. It would be 2100 per tick, his sub. I think that's too low. But it probably has to base that to... I don't know how this calculates actually. I think like 0.036. Should bring it to like somewhat worth it levels. Yeah, it's kinda on par with his step right now. Arcade Charity. This one was bugged until recently, they fixed that. You could generate ulti outside of combat as well. And you didn't have to actually cleanse something. Oops. When was this here? I think it was. It's still probably... it's one of the few ways to give teammates ulti. It's a buff set in that sense. It's probably better than standards. Better value. So how do you run that? You have to run it on Necro Healer, I think. So you can't really cleanse negative effects. Unless you use Renewing Undead. Per target cooldown, 9 seconds. It could be less cooldown, but they don't like people having too much ulti gen. So I don't know how to buff this set in a way that is realistic. But it has potential still. Probably actually maybe a little bit lower. Probably around here. You should probably have a like healing done additional effect on this. Plus 5% healing done or something like that. That's one way to buff this set without buffing the ulti gen. So I like the concept of the set. Oops. Okay, could be better. Banda's Blessing, this is a disappointment set. I've tried this. Interesting in theory, but you do have to CC break instantly or you die. Even with things like Esoteric. That said, I probably would say it's low C tier. It can help if you're struggling with stam sustain on a build, like with Esoteric for example. You don't have to wait in CCs more than like 1 second. But that 1 second is enough to kill you very often. It's one thing I found out. Also reduce the root and snare duration as well, but maybe not by enough. Maybe that's the issue. It has a downside. where your own snares and roots are also weaker. And CCs. Restoration of your breakable crowd control immobilizes and snares by 38%. I think this could be... they could make it 80% and 40%. Because then, like, if you get a... say something like mass history, or let's use some longer CC as an example. Because all of these CCs are very short. Like OB stun 2 seconds. Minus 75%, that means a 0.5 second stun. You don't really need to break that. But I think like Fossilize is 3 seconds, right? Or 2.5? I think Fear was one of the longer duration ones. Oh, only 3, yeah. That was longer. What about this one? This one's really annoying. Isn't this... it's also 3 seconds. You still get 0.75 seconds of CC. Lots of 3 second CC. So if this was 80%, that would be 0.6 seconds. That's quite a reduction. Like another 150 milliseconds. Hey, Hexbug, how you doing? If it goes up to 5 seconds with passives... Oh, okay, right. Right. You get the shadow passive for it. That does explain the Dark Veil passive. Increase duration of your shadow abilities by 2 seconds. It also applies to the snare and root immunity on Phantasma Escape, which is why you get 6 seconds here. It doesn't show that here, but if you check it in game, it's 6 seconds. So the editor is actually broken there. Which means that mass hysteria is 5 seconds. You always have to break that. If it was... right now, minus 75 means that you still get 1.25 seconds of CC. If you had 80%, then that would be only 1 second of CC. 250 milliseconds. Turn evil is 4 seconds, very OP stun. If you have any 4 second CCs, that should be... I mean, there's 1 second right now, and if it was 80%, then that would be... 0.8, right? So 200 milliseconds less. I think that would be fair. So to 8%, 80%, and you can increase the downside to like 40% perhaps. To kind of compensate, but this set should be better. Bastion of the Heartland. This one is just dog shit. I think like low D tier dog shit. Maybe like around here. So that's less damage from AoEs, right? It has the reduced damage done by players 3 piece, I think, or 4 piece. 4 piece by 3%. And that 3% should be 5%. I think. And that should be 20%. But yeah, kinda meh now. It's only AoE abilities, it's not any damage from players on the 5 piece, only AoEs. So 4 piece 3% to 5%. And 5 piece should be 20%. Yeah, it's definitely around here at the moment. It's still more mitigation than Even like 5 piece of where is it, the fortified brass, for example, still would rate it higher. Not a lot higher. Battalion Defender, this can be decent healing, but it's kind of meh, I think. It's either D tier or C tier. I think probably C tier. Also, do I really rank this that low? It's probably like around here. I did run it for a while, but with the esoteric, but it just didn't feel like it was really doing enough. Battalion Defender, I've also run it quite a bit. I'd probably run it over esoteric, for example, if there was some weird situation where you have to choose. It's probably like mid-C tier. Like around here, like Rat Sun level probably. And Parabellum. Probably around here. And I think the problem with Battalion Defender is the cooldown. There shouldn't be a cooldown. Or it should be like half a second. If you have a lot of people on you. It should just go brrr with the healing. I don't think it would be broken. It's only one target that you heal. It's yourself or a group member within 50 meters. So I think it should tick more often if you are getting attacked by a lot of players. It's like normal light feet plus skill, they probably land within the half a second. Or they should land within the half a second. So if you're... so it's only when you block something, you don't block dots or... like any damage that... maybe some procs that can give you a like additional heal. If it even works on procs, I'm not sure if it does. But in like 1v1s, this shouldn't be too much of a buff. And it's not like this set is a problem in 1v1s. But it would be a good buff in like when you're fighting outnumbered. And trying to use this set. It was a big buff, but it needs that. Battlefield Acrobat. It's a lot of stam cost reductions. It's not even a D tier set, honestly. So you get stam regen and you get stam cost reductions. There's many cases where that's super valuable. On Nightblade, for example, when you don't have any mac regen while invis, but you have ways to turn stamina into magical. And the cost reduction also applies to magic abilities, including cloak, so can be really good for sustain actually. We have some other sustain sets here. I think it's better than this one. But it's not really... I don't think it's really B tier. It says better than like Armor Master Spinners. Probably run it over Dragon's Appetite. Probably like around here. It's a lot better than people give this set credit for. But could it be better? Yes, I think so. And same with the magical equivalent. This set came out like 5-6 years ago and haven't been changed since. I think it could be 8%. It could be 8% or this could be stam regen as well, or it could be 6% and plus 129 stam regen as an additional bonus. So there are some other cost reduction sets that are also 8%. I think Telvanni efficiency, but it doesn't reduce all of the costs, only abilities, right? Yeah, it's magic stamina, health, and ultimate abilities, so not things like dodge soul and CC break and all of that. That's verse 2 to 4. Did we buff the Telvanni efficiency? If we did, then I think we did actually. Yeah, to 12%. So this could easily be 8%. at least, and I think Seducer, for example, was 15%. So you want these sets to compete with Breast Vitality. Maybe 9%, not 10. See this to like CC Break and Dodge Line off that as well. But then would you ever run this over the one efficiency? I think you would because of the 2 to 4. But it could be 10%. You still have theoretically more value on the 5-piece with this one. $10% would be fair. Beckoning skill, still this is a 10% range damage reduction. It is a buff set to everyone around you. So I think naturally that makes it at least C tier. I know people run this in some bulk groups. And I don't think we want to buff it. Would you run it over... you'd probably run it over Ebon or Hirsins, to be honest. So maybe it's not even that low rated. And probably over Arcade Charity, which we put somewhere around here. There's a lot of range damage, bow procs, armaments, frags, snipes, like lots of procs that are considered range damage. Lots of things that are not supposed to be range damage are considered range damage as well. So I think the I think this is not a bad buff set. All things considered. Probably put it like high easy there. Maybe around here. I don't think it needs any changes. Black Rose, this one does need a lot of changes. There's some weapon spellmess on the 5-piece, so it's naturally more value than... These sets here has some sustain from the passive that... or the buff to the heavy armor passive. But that part of the set should be a lot stronger. I think it's probably... somewhere around here. Probably around here. So this set wants you to run a lot of heavy armor. Increase stamina magic rest off from the constitution passive ability by 60%. That 60% is not enough. So what you get normally is 108 from each piece of heavy. So you get 63. Usually have 5 heavy. 315 every 4 seconds. They could double that passive, it wouldn't be broken. If you get 315 magic and stamina every 2 seconds, there's a lot of sets that do that. So I think it should be at least 100%. So you can run more heavy pieces, right? And you have the 171 weapon spell damage as well. As an additional bonus, so... I think 100% would be a safe buff. And I would probably also buff the weapon spell elements to 250. 6% to 100%. Black Feather Flight is one of the newer sets. When you get CC'd, you get 100% move speed. For I think like 4 seconds or something like that. Kinda meh. But I would probably rate it higher than some of these sets here. It's probably better than Elf Rider. Because that's just, you don't even need to sprint. You're just going full move speed. When you break free. It has too long of a cooldown though. It can maybe save you. Nah, it's actually not that good. Maybe put it here. It can save you if it's available. But you can just sprint and reach the speed cap anyway. So this one definitely needs less cooldown. So you will never have full uptime on that. It's 7 seconds of 100% speed, so you can't have a... you can't have like 7-second cooldown, because then you have full duration. But it could be 14 seconds. It could be like up to 50% uptime. So it is also conditional that you get CC'd. Would make it a bit more annoying. Could even be 10 seconds. So you can't like... can't have 100% uptime, but every time you get CC'd, you get zoom. Could be a funny set. I would give this a big buff. Would probably be very annoying to deal with. But it's okay, there's a lot of other sets that are annoying to deal with as well. Potentates, this is actually a at least B tier. At least B tier. I think it's the best ult cost reduction set because it's only 3 piece. You get damage reduction from the 2 piece. It's probably like either high B tier or even A tier. Leobert, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. 13 months. Thank you for the support. Very tempted to put this in A tier, because this is the only 3 piece that's usually worth running. Right on back bar, usually back bar. You can even run the 2 piece for the 3% mitigation as a like constitute to ability enhancing weapons. I probably put it low A tier. And I don't think it needs any changes. I don't think you can buff the 2 piece because then it's a... like if you do 5% damage reduction, then everyone's gonna run that on back bar, right? Then it's OP. I think low A tier for potentates. It's worth running very often. Blunted Blades, this is not terrible, but it's not gonna make it to B tier, I think. Maybe high C tier. So this one is minor innovation when you take direct damage. Or is it crit damage? I think crit damage? And you deal more damage against people who have minor innovation. It's like 6% more damage. It should be 10. I think that's how you fix this. It's a double bar set, kind of. Could be 1 bar set with longer duration, but when you take direct damage, so you can proc it with like dot ticks, someone has to be actually attacking you. Hey, Lobet, how you doing? Hello. I think this one can be buffed. I think this one can definitely be buffed. Because you want to double bar this or front bar this. Otherwise the damage done, like if you try to back bar this, you lose that part of the set. You're already kinda restricted when running this. Honestly, I don't think it's super terrible right now. It's better than a lot of other sets here. Probably put it around here. Seems fair. But I would make it 10%. From 6% to 10% damage done. It could be very solid, a like semi-defensive, offensive front bar set. Minus 10% crit damage, that's half of Rallying Cry, less than half. It's not a super powerful debuff. Also cooldowns would be less. this could be full uptime without being broken. And you can't have this on 2 targets at the moment, but you should be able to. It should be 2-second cooldown. So 5 seconds to 2 seconds cooldown. So from 80% uptime to 100% in 1v1. And some like 1v2 potential. Could be a solid front pass and stam set as well. We need better stam sets to compete with Rallying Cry. Would be solid. But still, high C tier. Buffer of the Swift. This is also gonna be C tier, I think, or close to B tier. 10% damage reduction on the 5-piece. It's a unique damage reduction. It's definitely better than these sets here. Is it better than Pariah? I think it's better than Pariah. I think it's like low B tier, because we have Trial by Fire here, right? Maybe a little bit worse than Trial by Fire. Maybe around here. No, I'd probably run it over Hexus and Almaxi. Not necessarily over Hist. Let's put it there. How would I buff this? Not by a lot. Maybe just a like 10% to 12% or something like that. Stopped ESO in January. Is the game good right now? Worth coming back? Still a lot you have to catch up. There's the whole subclassing nonsense, and it's really buggy at the moment. Hopefully they fix that in the like day after tomorrow. There's some maintenance, but right now abilities are not working. Passives are disappearing. I wish I could say that wasn't the case, but it's there's some issues at the moment. At the moment. 10%, this could be, it could be even 15%. Need to nerf Rallying Cry by at least 50%. Hey, what's Mimios? That's the other approach. I think they could buff the other sets that are, like, no one's using at the moment. That's why we haven't really, like, there's a lot of broken sets at the moment. We haven't nerfed any of them. So I've been focusing on trying to improve the usability of a lot of the weaker sets in the game. So when it comes to crit resistance in particular, there was a... what did I do to crit resistance? There was a... oh, like the Mora's Whispers mythic. Imagine this one giving crit resistance as well. If you could have like other alternatives to getting the crit mitigation, that could be a good solution. And I'd like to buff a lot of the other crit resistance sets too. Oh, here. So instead of like just crit sense, what about crit resistance as well? Doesn't change anything for PvE. Doesn't break anything. And this mythic already has alliance skill points, like plus 1% alliance rank and alliance skill acquisition, right? So it kind of has something to do with PvP already. We get plus 15%, sorry, or plus 10% towards alliance rank. So why not add a crit resistance portion to this as well? There's a lot of changes like that they can make to just improve a lot of the currently unused item sets, which I think makes the game a lot more interesting than just nerfing one really strong item set, which Rallying Cry definitely is. It's probably going to be at the top of the S tier at the moment. Above the Swift buffer of the Swift, for example, this could be honestly this could be 15%. It's a plus 50% buff to the set, but we buffed a lot of the other ones too. Like Trial by Fire, which is worth more mitigation at the moment. It's worth around 15% against everything except Koro and 2H ult and so on. We put that to 12.5. So I think buffer of the Swift also needs to be like 15%. So it's a 5-piece elite torque mitigation part of that. Doesn't sets in the game, but everyone uses rally, that's a problem. Yeah, but if rally gets nerfed, then no one's still gonna run any of these garbage sets, right? We have the S tier sets. If rallying cry is not there, then people are gonna run something else. They're gonna slot like Clever Arc, or like if they don't have Essence Thief, might go for that. Might go for Crit Riposte, really good set for group play especially. Like they might use any of the current decent sets in Matcher. Like they're not gonna use these sets. I think all of this should be competitive, especially the F tier stuff. Like you use go from one OP set to the next one. On the rally is using the skill race against time. Wait, what do you mean? There's not really a counter to rallying cry. I think you can kind of diminish its effect by going so much over the crit cap that it doesn't really mitigate all of it. It's like it's capped at 125, right? If you have 170% crit damage, then rallying cry 25% is not gonna do anything basically, because you're already way over the cap. That's what a lot of people do. The best way to do that is with the passives due to subclassing. That's kind of what broke the game. So you can stack the crit damage passives, which are worth more than the other offensive passives. So you get like 284 weapon spell damage, for example, from one of the Arcanist passives, but you get 12% crit damage and healing. That 12% is worth way more than the 284. That's why crit damage is such a problem. And there's no crit resistance passives to counter that in the defensive skill lines. That's another, like, completely, like, another issue. But, yeah, that would be beyond the scope of the list. But I think best way to, if you want minor force, which is what Race Against Time gives you, the best way to get that is with the blind set. Like, this set is insanely good. It also gives you like 7 to 8% worth of mitigation at the moment with the damage shield portion. As a buff set, it buffs your entire team. Super good. But yeah, where was I? Buffer of the Swift, done. Erin, how you doing? Can Farsight counter Rallying Cry a little? What tier is Farsight in this list? Pretty high, because Farsighter is a group set. I think I put it in either A tier or B tier. Or, no, I didn't put it anywhere yet. It's in PvP sets, but... It's, we'll get to that, but Farsighter is gonna be ranked very, very high. It's probably A tier. But it's different from Rallying Cry. It's really good if someone is using Rallying Cry, because you get a lot of crit damage against them and crit resistance. But the strongest thing about Farsighter is that it's a debuff on the target, which means that anyone in your group benefits from it. So they all get like plus 20% crit damage against the target if they have Rallying Cry and base crit resistance and like a couple of imp and... But yeah, kind of a group set. Bulwark Ruination, I don't think this is super terrible, but it should be better, I think. It's another debuff set. Your whole group can benefit from this one. I think it's probably C tier. Maybe like around here. Probably run it over around here. You reduce the block mitigation of your target. But it's up to 40%. You need to stack it up. I think it needs to be faster to stack up. And it should probably be like 50%. I think it's a light set too. Yeah, it is. I think 50% would be better. Just thinking how many stacks would it be? It could be also 60% and 3 stacks. 6% is a lot though. That would be kinda OP. Or you can just make it stack faster. It was like 10% and 4 stacks. That's already a big improvement. And should last longer. Maybe that's the way. So you do get a nice little buff from that. So if someone has, let's say, 90% block mitigation, it's not that hard to get to. Base is 50%, and if you have sword on board, it's already 60%. Heavy armor is giving you plus 1% per piece, so if you have 5 heavy or even 3 heavy, 63%, 65%. So let's say you have like 70% or something. If you have some skill line passive like Restoring Light gives you 10%, I believe. Minus 40% means that you do 28% more damage to someone blocking. It's a pretty sizable damage increase. Because if you had 60%, it would be too strong, I think. If someone has 70% block mitigation, at minus 6%, you do 42% more damage. That's a little bit too much, I think. But you could make it stack faster and last longer. I think the duration is probably the biggest issue. 8% to 10%. Or it could still have 5 stacks and be 50%. But I would increase the duration to 10 seconds. Or is 10 seconds too much? Should be like 8. Maybe 8 seconds. Sounds good. Then would be worth running. It's kind of toxic set though. Because again, like it's a debuff. It's not used for you, but your whole team. Someone holding block is suddenly gonna be taking a whole lot more damage. Colvin Highlands General is when you kill someone, you get a... you give ulti to your teammates. It's interesting. I haven't seen too many people run it though. I was thinking of running this back when... back before they nerfed Koron. So you get a lot of the killing blows. So you have to get the killing blow to get the... buff. For half a second, and then everyone within 28 meters gains 15 ulti. Oh, up to 5 people. It should be when a player you've recently damaged dies, but then that would go kind of crazy, I think. I think the amount of ulti you get is fine. It is PvP restricted, so you can't really break PvE with this set. I'm just gonna copy pasta there. No, this doesn't have the... There's some sets that say, like, when an enemy with damage within the last few seconds dies. Just trying to think of which one... I think this one has it. Enemy with recently damaged dies, but it doesn't say the duration in this one. We can check Killer's Blade or the Assassination passive. For the right wording. Damage within the last 2 seconds. But I think 2 seconds is too long. The last 0.5 seconds. could make this interesting. Because the problem is that you need to get the killing blow. Which makes this very, very RNG. Where did I rank it in D tier? It's not D tier. I think it's like very low C tier. Because this is above set, in a way. But it's very, very low C tier. Only run it over a slime crew, not sure though. 5% damage. Only around here. What next? Coup de Grace. That is a terrible set. Only D tier. The uptime on this is so bad. Yeah, no, I can't rank it above this. Maybe like around here. The problem is the duration. You get major vuln when you root someone, but it's only for like 3 seconds. When you deal damage to an immobilized enemy, even worse. Sure, it can occur once every second, but you're not gonna root every second. People are gonna be running snare immunities or root immunities, so it makes this like almost impossible to proc on them. It should be at least 5 seconds. But even 5 seconds is too little. I think. You could make it 10 seconds, honestly. Just AoE major vulnerabilities. And it doesn't break PV because you can already AoE major vuln with various other item sets. And this doesn't work against bosses. So you don't get 100% uptime. Oh, and you can't even AoE major vuln because you would need to cast multiple immobilized in a row, because it has 1 second cooldown. So you can kind of safely buff this. I think 10 seconds because of the prevalence of snare and root immunities and the natural snare and root immunity, or root immunity after you dodge soul. So I think 10 seconds is actually reasonable. And it still won't be a good set, even after that. Watch gear, major prot values and major expedition value spent. Better than adepts, I think, because you get the mitigation. But only a little bit. So adept rider, you can at least like you can run this with something like cloak, for example. Hey, what's Great Goblin? Where you have Unleashed Terror? I think Unleashed was B tier. If I recall correctly. Or maybe A tier. No, it's not A tier. Unleashed... it was pretty high B tier. Yeah, here. It's next to Stonehawk Domination. Which is a good way of applying major vuln. I think the previous set, Coup de Grace, has to be kind of compared to that one. It's when you taunt, you get the major vuln. Wait, I think I missed this set. What was I ranking? Uh-oh. Kind of forgot what I was doing. Just a quick scan. Stepanko is really that bad. It's not bad. I think Sea Snail is high B tier, right? Oh no, it's high A tier. It's the most damage you can get from a mythic. It's actually more damage than the new mythic, the War Mask, but the downside is quite annoying. I still rate it A tier though. It's the major courage is worth more than the. You get 15% and you get minor berserk, but you usually get more damage out of Sea Snail and major courage. It's AoE as well. And this one's really good for duels though. Yeah, definitely still A tier. Damn it, I forgot what I was doing. This all seems fine. Oh, Coward's Gear, right. Would I put it D tier or C tier? Probably low C tier. Or high D tier. Doesn't it also have a... we're definitely buffing it, but... I think it also had a cost reduction. Or did they remove that? Oh no, it has the 250 stam regen. Okay, it's definitely low C tier, I think. Even though you don't get the stam regen unless you stop sprinting with Mayat's tick tracker. Yeah, it's probably the lowest of low C tier. I think the stam regen should stay as it is. I fear that if you give this minor expedition as well, it's gonna be too close to the asset that gives you 100% speed. You could maybe get more defensive buffs. What if you also got minor protection? Or major protection and major evasion. I think that'd be interesting. Or maybe it's minor protection. Or it could be a unique damage reduction. But then it could potentially be broken in PvE, not sure. Just a small buff, I guess. I don't know how to really buff that one. Crest of Cyrodiil can be decent. You can one-bar that, kind of, but where's Fast Rider in your list? Nowhere yet. You haven't ranked it yet. What's about it, Castle? Hello. It's kind of like Battalion Defender, but only for yourself, and it's a burst heal instead of a heal that can go on teammates. I probably want to rank it right next to it, actually. There are cases where you want to use Crest of Cyrodiil and cases where you want to use Battalion Defender, but they're both kind of meh in the end. I'd probably either reduce the cooldown or buff the heal value. We reduce the cooldown on Battalion Defender. I think you could reduce the cooldown on this one too. But then it's less of a backbarable set. Probably increase the value instead. You'd probably want to increase that quite a bit for it to be viable. So right now if you have a, let's say 50k health, you would have a 9k totally. That's not even a burst hill. If it was 0.25, then it would be close to the burst hill. Every 4 seconds potentially. 4.5. I think 0.22. 11k. Just buff the heal a bit. You have a blood for blood build. I have a few of them, I think. BFP on the DK Brawler, I think. DK Brawler has it. And I think another build too. Can't remember which one though. I'm pretty sure I had it on another one too. Consider's not terrible. It's a cleanse set. Can be pretty good for a healer. It's either high C tier or it's low B tier. I think I would say low B tier for this one. If Almalexius is here, I think Curse Eater also deserves to be here. Maybe not that high though. Maybe like around here. And I would probably reduce the cooldown. Make it a bit more solid option for healing. Or increase the amount of negative effects, but I think 3 is fine. Maybe like a 7 seconds cooldown. Doesn't need a big buff. Don't want to overdo it. It's one of the healer sets after all. Darkon is, I think, A tier. You could say it's S tier, but I think it's way easier to build around Rush of Agony than Darkon. It's more effective building around Rush of Agony. But you still want to run Darkon for a lot of bomb builds. Like things like Master 2-8s, you can use that without Darkon. You can run that with Rush of Agony as well. Both counterable, but at least this one doesn't give you Sissimity. It's probably like high A tier. And I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't make it like Rush of Agony. Darkon Coated, it's good, but I don't think it's S tier. If it's S tier, it's very low S tier. I think Rush of Agony is S tier. Other guys, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Maybe actually I would reduce cooldown. I don't... It doesn't really change too much, but it's annoying it has such a long cooldown. Even though it's A tier, I think the cooldown should be like 20 seconds at least. Poly won't make much of a difference because you don't want to use this unless you have a combo. And you can't really combo that often anyway, or you don't have the opportunity to do so. So the cooldown reduction won't really make it super OP, but I would reduce the cooldown. It's 25 seconds, right? Yeah. Yeah, it can proc by accent too, sometimes. Deadly Strike, not that good nowadays. I think Poly Poly D tier, actually. It's 15% dot damage, but usually more than half of your damage comes from dark damage or enchants. I just don't see a case where... I mean, the 2-4 is pretty good. weapon spellmass on 2 and 4. It's either high D tier or low C tier. I just don't see this being good value in today's day and age. Maybe it's like high D tier, but there are some situations where like momentarily you get more value out of that than you would from something like Essence Thief or any of the other presence damage increase sets or stat sets. I would run it over Eternal Hunt. Some of this sense. I think Diamond's Victory gives you similar damage if you have it procced. Do you have a share link for it? Not yet, but I can do that at the end of the stream. So I have to save this one. Also, what's Pserda? How are you doing? Deadly, you cannot actually buff Deadly because of PvE. So never mind. We're skipping that one. Because in PvE it's really good with Beam. And does affect sound abilities. Maybe you can use it on like Templar still. It's not gonna be as good as some other sets though. So I think we moved this up a little bit. Just kind of forgot about jabs. Only around here, like threads of 4 tier. Desert Rose, not terrible. It's another similar set, Zero Banes. I think Zero Banes was either D or C tier. It's probably C tier, but this one's better than Zero Banes. I'm gonna kind of perma block with this one with ice stuff. Or close to perma block. It's probably like up here. When it comes to sustain sets on block builds. I would buff it though. Probably not a lot. So when you take damage, you have 25% chance to get 2k magicka. So you get 500 per second when you're being focused. It could probably be 2500 or a less cooldown. Right now it's 503 and doesn't require you to block or anything, by the way, just take damage and you're broken. 670? Maybe it could be 670. It's already really good though for what it's supposed to do. It's only magic, it's not stamina. Yeah, I think it can be 670. Rallying Breath's Vitality is 390 from the 5 piece. But that's both resources, right? So you get 780 worth of stats. It's 1 barable. If you reduce the cooldown, it's less 1 barable, but you can get more value if you double bar it. So I think that brings it a little bit more on par with Red's Vitality. Eagle Eye kinda meh. This is a 3-piece set, gives you crit sense. It's probably better than agility. Actually, this should get a lot of crit sense. It's like 1.5k or something like that. It's way more value than the weapon spellmass from agility. Like just value wise, you have to kind of build around it though. Oh right, it's only a jewelry. Eagle Eye 1600 to range direct damage. But it should be more. It's a bit more restrictive than agility, but I think more potential, maybe enough to put it higher on the list. Maybe around here. Eagle Eye, 3-piece should be... how much did we buff Forest Rate? To 2600 on class skills. From 2000. I think it should be 2000. What Forest Rate is at the moment. It's only on ranged direct damage. Not ranged dots. Just direct damage. So it should be a little bit better at least. I don't need to write that. Oh, and the 2-piece should be better. Because 2-piece on agility is more value. 657 is the base crit chance, right? Whereas agility has the higher... higher stam bonus there. So it should be 657 plus 50%. 985. Elfbane kinda meh nowadays. They've nerfed this a lot. Used to affect sun duration, used to affect the... there used to be a bug, I think they fixed that. Where if you had Flame Blossom and Elfbane, it would make the Flame Blossom... the burning from the Flame Blossom would proc Flame Blossom again. The direct damage portion of it. Kinda funny. They fixed that. Nowadays I think maybe... it's probably high D tier. It does double the burning duration. And does affect a lot of the proc sets still. Affects the Talon's duration. Which is a lot of value. Only if you use Talons though. Maybe low C tier. Like probably around here. Now, how would you make this usable? Without changing the concept too much. Flame damage with abilities by 5 seconds. Doesn't work with beam or channeled effects. I think the 5 seconds is fine. Maybe it needs like weapon spell damage on the 5-piece or something. Could do like plus 200 weapon spell damage. It would probably be fine. As an additional 5-piece. Endurance, this one is also more value than agility, technically. But it's health regen that you can. But it's still rated above agility, it's a lot more health regen. Agility is 200 and something weapon spell damage. Endurance was 600 something health and health regen. 6 and endurance is 657, I think, or 618. Should still be more, I think. Because again, not many ways to run a 3-piece or justify running a 3-piece. Should be, I think, 900. Should get good value from the max health, and you'd get 450 health every 2 seconds, which is 1/4 of his. But you only spend 3 pieces for it. That's without any health reason modifiers. So you'd probably get like 1/3 of his or something like that. It's probably still not worth using, but it's a justifiable buff. probably put it here right now. Innovating aura is actually pretty decent, I think, in group play. Or like GVGs, from what I've heard. It's a sustain buff, debuff. 10% chance to proc, but it lands really fast. It nerfs everyone's regions. It's 5 meter radius. I'd probably make this proc more often. 129 per player hit. So if you hit a lot of players, then you're gonna just nuke their regions. I think that could proc more often. If it procs more often, it doesn't really benefit the 3-1 ulti dump that much. Benefits the maybe people trying to use this against small groups a little bit more. So I think the idea is that you stack people and you proc this. And rest in peace regions. So I probably won't increase the radius. Because 1 second and 5 meters is apparently hard enough to get out of. But I would... I don't know how to rank this because I haven't used it. It's probably not as good as Fast Strider or even Bulwark Ruination. Come to think of it. It's probably close. So if that was there, then maybe maybe like here. But it's a better set than people think. I just don't see why 15-second cooldown is necessary. I think 10 seconds would be fine. Next up, Fast Strider. Okay, Fast Strider I think is an interesting one. I think it's a really good group set. It's also good for solo play. So I think probably low A tier is justified. Maybe like around Kinmachi level. It's probably fair. Would I buff Fast Strider? I would buff it a little bit. It's kind of supposed to be the stem build rallying cry, right? The problem is that if you buff Fast Strider, then you kinda also improve the group aspect of it. So if someone hits you with that, then you're even more screwed, right? Maybe increase the duration, that way it doesn't affect the person getting hit by it as much. Because I think 40% is fine. It's just the duration could be longer. You can keep 100% uptime if you applause every 7 seconds or every 10 seconds, but it could be less tedious to keep up. Fast Strider uptime usually when you check the CMX is around like 50% in solo BGs. Like no matter how much you try to keep it up. It's 15-60%, rallying cry can be 90%, 100%. So I think by increasing duration a little bit, you can bring them a little bit closer. Cooldown is fine at 7 seconds, I think. But yeah, should be 15 seconds. Basal Skyle, I think I had the idea for this to be unique heal debuff. Similar to Gerald, but right now it's terrible. I don't know if it's even in D tier, it's probably F tier. It's minor defile, but no deceased. So you don't do any damage with this. It has some armor on the 5 piece. So minor defile and armor. I think that's yeah, that's bad. The debuff that's very easily applied. And you get less armor than you get from fortified brass. Like you get half the armor, but you get minor defile. It's worse than that. Should be way better. What did we do to Dorksbane similar set? We did buff it. It's a 4-second cooldown from 7 seconds. It's major defile. I think Vasalas should be... Every 1 second you apply minor defile. Damage within 5 meters, also very short radius on the minor defile. This could be at least 6 meters for what we're about to do. 5 meters is nonsense. It's only 2-second duration. Honestly, this could be 8 meters. But 8 meters is probably OP. It should be a unique 30% heal reduction. Every 1 second around you. Would say 2-second debuff. I think that's fair. So you can get that from Gerald. Which Rekka is taking up, but and has a downside. Get a little bit more from Gerald, but has it's more sticky. If someone's using this kind of Vasalas against you, all you need to do is just auto-range them. 30% too much, is it? It's a bit crazy without downside. 25%. You can have a gap close, yeah, but still 6 meters. All you need to do is jump out and CC them. Like there is counterplay. And you know what this set used to do? You know what the Vasalas used to do back in the days. This used to be a 55% heal debuff, a unique heal debuff. They nerfed that to 6%. Oh shit. And Darlis, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Jam, don't have many tier 2s. Appreciate the support. Yeah, this used to be Giga OP. Used to run Vasalas and Dark Flare was another 30%. Back then it wasn't 12%, it was 30% heal debuff. And what else was it? It was, I think, Vasalas, Dark Flare, and I think I had Pariah or something like that. And he would just jab people on Templar. That was funny. With the healing jabs, they used to be pretty good. So you'd like remove all of your opponent's healing and just play a troll tank and jab them slowly to death. Good old times. But yeah, I think a 25% heal reduction would be fine. 20 with 6 meter radius. Only lasts 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. You can shriek out of that. Many ways to deal with it. But it's kind of crazy how weak the set is right now. So you have 6%. You can buff it to 25%, 5 times as much. And I'm not sure if I would run this. Maybe on some builds, but could you give it a not just a 500% buff to the healing reduction, but also the radius, like a 20% buff. And wouldn't be OP. You can even keep the armor. And keep the 1.5k there. Yeah, definitely F tier at the moment. Galerian's Revenge, this one is kinda meh. Stacks from Light Axe, 5 stacks, you do direct damage, some burst damage. Pretty decent damage, but very annoying to actually proc. Only like mid D tier. probably rank it here. Maybe around Scoria level. There is a way to fix this. The problem is that the stacks actually last quite a while on this one, I think. It just takes too long to actually stack it. Yeah, it's 15 seconds. Maybe 3 stacks. Or maybe you buff the damage, because I think the damage was also kind of a 1.4. If you do something like it shouldn't be null arca tier, I think, or maybe it can be. You need to light or heavy the broken null arcas 1.9, so that's a lot more damage. Wait, there's a medium set that has the same proc on. Does more damage, I think. Trapmaster or something like that. We rank this a little bit higher. 0.35 per stack, I think. Yeah, per stack. So it's 1.4. Should be 1.4 then. With this one, the problem is the stacks last 5 seconds. And I didn't even change that. Yeah, it's 5 seconds. New pocket with a fully charged heavy. Isn't Galerion in theory better than? Oh, I guess not, because the damage is less. Is any like direct damage, not just lights and heavies. Oh, and the 2-4 are kind of bad. Oh, well, not terrible. But yeah, this should be... oh, this 1.4 is the same as Trapmaster, actually. 1.35. It's the same damage already. Maybe 5 is just too much. Because I've tried this set a few times. I haven't tried this one, maybe this is worse than I think even. We probably move that down. I put that in C tier just because of the damage. If you never land the damage, then it's not C tier. It's like here with Celine and Velitred. I think Galerion's a little bit higher than... like low C tier. Probably around here. And I should probably buff Trapmaster a bit more. Like, it's just bad. Should be 10-second duration. This one can stay 15. 15 and... maybe 4 stacks. I don't know what else to do there. Grace of the Ancients, this one is actually pretty decent if you want to stack Max Magica. It has the almost the same bonus as Crafty Alvig at the moment, so we have to rank it higher. It only takes 3 items. It's always like in the previous patches when Maxoc was OP, it was funny to see people run crafting. And like no Grace of the Ancients, there were some builds like that. So this definitely goes above above crafty, but I don't think it's B tier. Or maybe it is B tier, like low B tier nowadays. Crafty Alphic is here. I wouldn't put it above DDF. Low B tier. Should be better. I think the 2-piece should be more magical. Similar to agility. $1752 and Curse of the Ancients is 1096. We could buff the 3-piece a little bit. 2046. Craft is 2500 at the moment. I don't think it should be more than that. We're already buffing the 2-piece quite a lot. So we could do the old crafty Alphic value. So we also buffed crafty quite a bit. Very small buff there. The fuck is this? Harvester's Hope Ring? What is this? I don't think this exists. Oh, it's a mythic that was announced but never actually released. I mean, we can rank it. I found it. Can be obtained in battle crowns. Huh? Get a resource from harvesting. Why do you get this from battle crowns? Gain one stack of harvester up to 20 stacks max. Increase chance of gathering bonus materials by 10%. Okay, let's move on. Oxeye. I don't wanna... This might never make it in the game. Waste of time. Oxeye poly D tier nowadays. If you try to make some kind of snipe build or entirely bow skills, it's kinda bad. Gonna have to not do that these days. Can run like maybe snipe or maybe poison injection, but buffing that by 5% is not really worth it. It's actually very low D tier in today's meta. Poly run hunting trades over that. It's also 5% roughly. Poly like over here. Oxide does give you cost reductions, also reduce cost of the bow ultimate. One of the few ways of doing that while also getting damage. Or 6%. This should be 10%. It should be at least 10%. So you reduce the bow skills with this 5-piece. It doesn't buff anything else. 6%, 10% damage and 10% cost reduction would be thus justified, I think. But yeah, very, very bad right now. Maybe it's better than Huntings, but not by a lot. Like Poly here. Hello Dallas, how you doing? Siren Best, vaguely remember making bow gank with Hoxeye and Marksman in like 2015, 2016. No, Hoxeye was always 6%, but there's Marksman we'll probably get to in a moment. This marksman is 8%. And even that one is kinda meh, I think. It's 8% and 5% stam cost ability cost reduction. Great Goblin, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. You and Sandra, this one is kinda meh. It's probably D tier. When you heavy attack based on how many people are nearby, you get a lot of pen. Very situational. I think even if you heavy attack one target, it's at least like some penetration, but 1236. Yeah, this should be way more. Within 8 meters, that's a pretty big radius. I think this should be like 2000. Then if you hit, if there's 5 people nearby, you get 10k pen. That would be pretty solid. If you're fighting like 1v2 or something, 2400 pen, it's not that high actually. Hyun Sanders really bad, had high hopes for this set when it's released. Yeah. I think maybe most of the time you get less value than huntings. Best case scenario you get a little bit more. Maybe it's like around here. I think because of the best case scenario we rank it a little bit higher, but very disappointing. Should be you have to heavy attack too, that's a weird proc on. This could be like 2400. Honestly, they could 100% buff that. Yellow, how you doing? Draken script? Draken was, I think, high C tier on this list. I think it's kinda... It's seen better days. It's been power crept a lot with like lots of the recent sets and just how the meta is. So I think I made a buff for it here, like 330 to 380. It would be still... Wouldn't still be like amazing for every build, but could maybe get more value on it from it. That's a downside to the healing reduction. Does this have to have a cooldown? I don't think there should be a cooldown. Could make it decent. A Rotkar? I think Rotkar's pretty decent. Definitely oops. Definitely C tier at least. Maybe low B tier actually. So we have some other sets here, I think. Better than Ashen Crib. If you build around it, if you have Winter's Embrace. It's better than Turning Tide. If you build around Turning Tide, Major Vuln, some burst damage, but kinda hard to proc. I think it is better. It's easier to proc this, but I think this is where we draw the line. The problem with Rotkar is that if you have teammates who are CCing or rooting, you can basically never proc it. Which is very annoying. So it's very inconsistent. I don't know if there's a good way to fix it. The 2 to 4 are really good on this set. You could increase the value of the set, but I think the value is fine. It's a guaranteed shield. And if you fight someone who's got really high armor, let's say like 45k resistances, then that's oops. It's 13%, right? Get 11.7k tooltip. Can be very good. Can't be blocked either. Ignore spell resistance. Can't crit though, I believe. Stunning or immobilizing your enemy. What if it also was... what if you could also proc this from snares? Would be OP, it would probably be OP. This one's a tricky one, I don't know if you can buff Rotkar. I think damage is fine again, like... No need to change that. Cooldown's fine. Radius is fine. It's just very inconsistent. You could make this like when you deal damage with a stun or immobilize ability. Maybe that's good. Dealing damage with a stun or immobilize ability. Could fix the inconsistency issue. You just won't be able to proc this with Soul Burst. Or with the ground root from Winter's Embrace. Yeah, that is a problem. What about stunning or immobilizing an enemy or dealing damage with a stun or immobilize ability? Or you could make this do like half a proc, but then you go on cooldown and you do half the damage. Like by half a proc I mean like having an additional tooltip for this, that you do half the damage if you can stun or immobilize them. I think this is the best way to... Probably not the best way actually to type it, but... Something like that would be ideal balance for it. It's just way too inconsistent at the moment to make it higher on the tier list. But I mean, B tier is still fine. You can run that on many builds. It's many times even best in slot. In pure physics, I think this has to be... is it even S tier if you get full value? It's really good. It's like I have to consider this set at full value. But I don't think it's even S tier. You have to choose between Imperial Physique and like Rallying Cry, for example. I think you get more value from Rallying Cry. It's not like building max Magicka is that good nowadays. So that's 6k, I mean this 6k health, Magicka and stamina. It's kinda insane. Latimus found any? Besides Dragon, there's Dragon's Appetite, and that's about it, I think. As far as I know. You mean like just fat damage increases? Used to be Maelstrom 2H as well, but they nerfed that. Or changed that, it's not necessarily a nerf. Yeah, I guess Imperial Physique is S tier because of where it's... It's S tier because it's really good value in IC. 6k health and Magicka and stamina is... You could run Rallying Cry over that, but you would want this as one of your sets, I think. In IC. Just very annoying building stacks. Or getting the Telvars every time if you happen to die. I think it has to be S tier. Would I change that? No. I won't change that. I think that's fair. Impregnable, this is one of the sets that need to be buffed. Right now it's bad. But even though it's like half of Rallying Cry and has to be double bud, I think it's still probably high D tier. It's probably like around here. This used to be meta. Impreg used to be run by everyone back in the days. It was like the PvP set. And then they released Rallying Cry, which was the same set except one barrable, and also gave weapon spell damage for free. I don't know how Sos can look at this set and then look at something like Rallying Cry and think that it's fine. See that 1650 crit resistance? You have the same on Rallying Cry, which is by the way a group buff as well. Impact is only crit resistance on the 5 piece. I think you can go bananas with this one. Because it's a double bar set. You don't want to change the design of the set, really. Just want to make it better. So 1650, that's 25% crit resistance. You could double that. You could honestly double that. Boom. Now it's 50%. And now it's maybe worth running as a defensive set. It's not a group buff, it's only a personal buff. Sometimes not a lot of value, sometimes a lot of value. It's like a, let's say a bow proc. That does 20k damage. Or let's say they have someone who gets a modifier of... let's say they have 125, they just get the cap, right? 10k tool, now it's at 22.5. Now, if instead they had 75% modifier, so reduce that by 50%, that would be a 5k reduction on the damage. And if they go above the crit cap, let's say they have 145, and you don't have a way to reduce that, they still do 125, it would be 95. You still get good value. Because you go from 22k or 22.5k to 19.5k. 3k less damage taken. I think this would be good. Not overpowered. So many sets, yep. We're almost done though. We have the trial sets, but there's the perfected ones. Those will be fast. Indomitable Fury. This is when you CC break, you get just minor heroism. Or was it major protection? I think it was major protection. But not really one barable. But minor protection and minor heroism. Okay, this one is terrible. Can't really one bar that. 5% damage reduction and 5 the minor heroism probably more value than, but it's only after your CC break, so it's not full uptime. No, this set is terrible. It's probably F tier. This set is awful. Would like Kier and probably. It's really strange design. You can keep the break free, but the duration should be a lot longer. Like, why do you only get those for 7 seconds? It's not like you get some strong buffs here. It's max magic on the 2-4. So what's up, Sweet? How you doing? Had a good day, by the way. It's been a very chill day. Didn't do any PvP because the game's too broken. There's too many bugs right now. But did some TOT. Did some dailies, and now the tier list. Want to use Serpent's Disdain? What will you recommend to use to proc hemorrhage without doubled or any spammable? If you don't want any spammables, and you don't want to run dual build, I mean, there's not many options. You could proc it with Unleashed, perhaps? That's an option. Is there any other ones? I mean, Savage Werewolf is not guaranteed, but can proc the hemorrhaging. If you're on Arcanist, you could try proc it with the class set. But really the best way to proc the hemorrhaging would probably be BFP. You can also run Bear ulti as a warden. With animal companions. It puts 20-second bleeds on anyone the bear hits. That's what I do on my Stamden. This set needs some giga buffs to be worth running. Honestly, this could be like 30-second duration. Even with perma duration, it wouldn't be worth it. If it was major, maybe major heroism and major protection. And I would increase the duration to like 15 seconds if that was the case. It's not like you get CC'd on cooldown. Gerald Mountain's War Chief. Is this an S tier set? You kinda build around it a little bit, but it's not that... I mean, it's really good in duels, or if you really wanna focus down a healer in BGs, but... I don't think it has enough... I don't think it provides enough to be S tier. It's definitely high A tier, I think. I don't think Charles is S tier. We don't have any more sets here though. Or, well, we do have Baylog, but I think Baylog is way more value than Jarls. And I think I ranked Hjalnar's on here, so it's probably... it's a bit more flexible than those sets. Maybe around here. Or maybe it's like high A tier. Let's put it here. So you can kind of use it in BDs as well. You can use it in duels, but you can also use it in BDs. Would I change this? I would. Even though it's A tier, I would change Geralds. I would make it per target. So it's better in group fights. You would stack your personal debuff a lot faster. Actually, no, it's only once every second. And apply stack once every half a second. Apply stack once every 5 seconds per target. I would make that change. But I would also make it more punishing to run it. Maybe you can only gain a stack once every half a second as well. Because you don't want to just overbuff Gerald. So you would get the personal debuff a lot faster. Would probably bring it, I mean, definitely would bring it down in like duels, but would be better in BGs, I think. Judgment of Akatos. This is when you get close, there's a huge circle that stuns everyone if they don't block. It has a pretty high armor, additional 5 piece, I think. It can be pretty annoying, but I think it's C tier. It's probably it's better than Crusader. Probably better for Mori House, also can stun. Maybe around the same level actually. Wait, isn't this a typo? Isn't the judgment of Akatos? Really? They typoed the whole set? Isn't judgment with an additional E after G? Or am I going crazy? I need to Google. Judgment or judgment? Or is this one of the US or UK things? Oh, I see. So in American English it's judgment without the E, and in British one it has the E. Okay, that explains. Learn something new. So either way is correct. I think the problem with this set is that it can be blocked. That's the first problem. I think the second problem is that it has way too long of a cooldown. I think it would be very annoying if it was unblockable. Because it is unblockable, undodgeable. Is there some others that box hemorrhage then? There's no guaranteed box for hemorrhaging Great Goblin. I wish there was. I added some to my patch notes here. I think to a couple of them. Or increased chance of broken hemorrhaging like Savage Werewolf, so you would kinda guaranteed pocket with charged, but you'd have to invest into it. I guess that's the only one. But yeah, there's no no guaranteed hemorrhaging right now. There should be more ways to get that. Yeah, I think just reducing cooldown would be a huge buff to this. Like 10 seconds cooldown, so you can force some blocks. And I think the snare should be instant. Thank you for the follow, Great Goblin. Thank you. If this snare procs instantly around you, and then it's stunned after 3 seconds, but it's not the design of the set. I don't want to change things too much. We can change the cooldown to make that more justifiable to run. 15 seconds is way too much. Yeah, probably around here. And Night Slayer is actually pretty decent on some builds. It's not good with lightning heavies, but it's really good with ice heavies. It depends on what you're fighting, but for a heavy attack build it's not bad. Like we probably put it B tier for that reason. But probably low B tier. Like around here. Would I buff Night Slayer? It's possible I would a little bit. I think it's 8% right now, it probably should be like 10%. That's the max of 8k. So 10% would be 5k Oblivion damage per heavy on someone with 50k health. Yeah, I would make it 10%. It's a prettier number as well. Kindskist is when you deal range damage, you heal and restore stamina. It's kinda bad. Probably like around here. Definitely needs a buff. Heal dark damage while 12 meters or further from target. Heal for a 574. Oh, it's just based on max stamina and health. Okay, I would reduce the cooldown though. 5 seconds is crazy. You can't be 12 meters or further away in PvE. And in PvP, that means that you need to be kiting. So I think honestly you can reduce the cooldown to 1 second. You can make this like an insane sustain set. And the healing set as well. As long as you can kite. Which just won't be possible eventually. But let me check these scalings first. Oh, that doesn't scale. The stem restore. The heal does though. So let's say you make some kind of crazy max stem build. You have 50k stem. Would be a 2.1k heal. That's perfectly fine. And the stem restore is fine as well, because you have to deal direct damage while far away from the target. Which means that you can just like use this to hold block and perma block, for example. It's only stamina. Could easily be 1 second cooldown. Lamp Knight. Okay, this is one of those sets that kill you. You actually debuff yourself. Might be the worst one. Actually, this doesn't kill you. It's not that bad. It's just a useless item. It's a useless weapon. I think here. S tier. No, this one might be the worst set. I think Vampire Lord actually... Spelunker makes you run bad abilities. This makes you deal no damage, and this one just makes you take more damage. Same with this one. I don't know which one is worse. Probably Vampire Lord. So the problem with this one is just the value that you can... Or the lack of value, more like. So you get 100k pen, reduce your damage done by 46%. So if you get 33k pen, you gain 50% damage. So even in best case scenario, you get 4% damage. Usually you lose damage. This should be maybe 40% reduction. Then if someone has 6.6k armor left, you would get the break-even point. Low Scrub, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So maybe even 46 is a lot. This could be a 33% penalty. So you can easily just build for the armor without this and you lose less damage than 46%. So if you lose 1/3 of your damage, it's probably still bad, but maybe there's more cases where it's valuable enough to run it. If like building armor becomes the meta, for example. Games should have rock, paper, scissors, but when the scissors are just blunt and you can't even cut paper with them, it's not really worth having it in the game. Languor of Perii, this one is quite interesting. I was thinking of maybe trying this on the Arcanist actually. I don't think it's D tier. This is a set that reduces the stem region of your target. And I think it gave you some... what else did it do? Yeah, it's minus 248 stem and mac region, and you deal 6% to blocking targets, blocking players, but it should be better. If you get someone who's CC immune, it applies the debuff. I think it's not that terrible, because there's not many other ways to debuff the regions of your targets, like single target innervation. And innervation, I think I put here. But I think this one is a bit easier to use, and you get some damage from it. So I'd probably put it like around here. I think it's better than Bulwark Ruination. So you don't need to stack it. You get some damage against blocking targets, but it should still be better. I think 6% could be... 15% against blocking players. And I think the 248 could be, let's say Red's Vital is 390, then this could be at least 300. Could use some small buffs. Legis focus, this one is also kind of terrible. Didn't this make you... No, I think they changed that. It used to reduce AoE damage and increase the damage you take or something like that. Oh, it reduces your... Right. It used to reduce your AoE damage by a big amount, but... Now it's just a major evasion set with a downside and not one bar above. How do you have things like this in the game and then have things like the this one, for example, where it's like, oh, you can one bar this and cast the magic ability and you get major evasion without any downside. Like, make it make sense. Shemet, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I think the only way to fix this is to make it a unique reduction again. It used to be a unique reduction. They made it major evasion, and now the set just doesn't work. So you can not have any downside from this set if you build around it, but it's still a one bar set. And even if it was, even if it was unique damage reduction, would it be worth it? Probably not, right? So it needs to be a higher AoE damage reduction, like 30% or something. I would also increase the 5% to something more punishing. So you really have to build around this. Like, what's the point of this 5%? You barely even notice that. Make it also 30%. Now you definitely don't want to run AoE abilities with this. Then major evasion would become just a unique 30% AoE damage reduction. The only problem is that unique damage reductions can also affect PvE. So maybe this needs to have a... because this is a PvP set. So maybe this needs to have 2% less area of effect damage from players. Because this is not used in PvE. Like, no one uses this set. Honestly, this could be even 50%, because we made the like impregnable here. That's 50% crit damage reduction without a downside. It's a double bar set. This could also be 50%. Like 30% downside and 50% upside. Like, you can go kind of crazy with this number. It is a 5-piece set, you have to double bar it. Big content to like Sharks and Dawnbreaker, Spin to Win, Bombard, like lots of abilities, Blast Bones, but also completely useless against like Bow Procs and like Bound Armaments and Blood for Bloods and Surprise Attacks, and like there's still a lot of things, like again Rock Paper Scissors. It's a very valid approach to PP balance. I think this should be strong. If it's very situational. Light of Cyrodiil, 15% reduction, damage taken reduction while you channel or cast abilities, and you get a free ability if you get interrupted. This one is not that terrible, but it's not that great either. Only like around here, I would say. C tier. It should provide a lot more. So you're like very rarely you're casting or channeling abilities. More often if you like heavy attack, but You don't really want to run this on heavy attack builds. Heavy attack builds need all the damage they can get. So I think we maybe buff the damage reduction again. That's a funny thing with like meditate, because you get 30% from meditate, and then if you get interrupted while meditate, you get a free cast or free heal, for example. But it's not very strong, like that combo. I've tried it. Be like 20%, I think. Don't think we can change anything else here. Or even 25, but I think that's kinda pushing it. So then you could do some stupid troll tank things with meditate. Possibly. I think 20% already is a pretty big buff, because you also get the sustain aspect of the set. Mars Bomb, now we get back to higher ranks. I think Maras is definitely still one of the best defensive sets. Where did I put Weird Tree? Did I put it in A tier or S tier? I think it was in A tier. I think Maras is definitely same tier, maybe a little bit higher than Weird. Wait, where's Weird Tree? Oh, I'm actually blind. Only around here. Still one of my favorite sets. Despite all of the nerfs it has received over the years, it's still very much worth using on many builds. Would I buff it though? I'm very biased. I would like it to have 15-second cooldown again, but then why would you ever run Weird Tree? Did I change Weird Tree? I don't think I did, right? I decided against that. Yeah, let's not be biased. No changes to Maras. It's probably fine. It's probably fine as it is. Part of me misses the old Maras. Marksman. This one is better than... it is a lot better than... Hawk's Eye. Or bow builds. They're both bow sets specifically. But it's still D tier. Things like over here, probably maybe a little bit higher. Or like around here. It's one of those sets that just has been power crept a lot. And you can't really build around bow skills as easily as back in the days. Or it's not as effective to do so. So this could be, you could keep the cost reduction the same, 5% is probably fine. But I would make it increase bow abilities by like 15%. It's only against players, right? I think 15% is fine. So Hawk's Eye would be 10% cost reduction. All bow abilities, including the ulti. No, is that too much actually? Maybe 12%. Still plus 50% buff. And maybe you'd... Maybe it's enough if you combine Marksman and Hawk's Eye. Maybe it could make bow abilities worth using. Or like, bow builds a little bit stronger than they are right now. So they're not very good, just using bow abilities. Usually what you do is it's like some kind of dot build where you just light that can block a billion dots, or or you play some kind of burst build with like mostly class skills and overloads and whatnot. Bow abilities are not being used that much. A meritorious service, this one is really good as a buff set, and I don't think we want to buff it. It's basically fortified press plus like 300 or something like that, but for your entire group from back bar very easily. So I think this is at least B tier. Hey Sean, how you doing? Dopamine you get from seeing yellow tinted numbers ain't healthy. Wait, why do you like yellow tinted numbers? What's special about them? Is this an A tier buff set? I don't know, it's probably B tier. And we don't want to buff it. No, I think it's A tier. I think it's the first A tier buff set. Yellow tint text. Oh, because like legendary. I see. And net soil. This is you get the snare and root immunity while you have CC immunity. It's kind of like DEY Snow Traders without the sprinting penalty, but it's a 5-piece, so no one runs it. Still, I think it's probably worth more than a lot of these sets. So you can like CC break and then can't be snared or rooted. So like maybe low C tier. Better than this one. Because this one gives you 100% speed when you CC break. But you can still be snared, you can still be rooted. I think it's probably here with Kovad's gear, maybe a bit worse. I would probably make this increase the duration of your CC immunity or something like that. Plus increase the duration of your crowd control immunity by, let's say, 2 seconds. Would be an interesting buff. I think we did the same thing here with another set as well. Yeah, Unchained Aggressor. Increase of CC immunity by 2 seconds. Just do the same thing here. So if you ran 2 like kind of bad 5-piece sets, you could have 11 seconds CC immunity instead of 7. Could be interesting. We could like kind of build around that a little bit. It's a bit of a redesign or addition to the design, but sometimes you need to do those kind of things to make the sets viable. And even is pretty solid. I think B tier at least. I don't think it's as good as Blind, so it probably doesn't make it to A tier, but I think this high B tier has really good 1-piece crit resistance and 2-piece 5% damage reduction. A unique one, so it stacks with minor prot. I think it's probably around the same level as Roxam. Would I buff this? I think I would. Not the mitigation part, but... Maybe I would remove the cooldown. So you can only get CC'd every 7 seconds. It's kind of like a counter set to knockbacks and pulls and whatnot, but not really because the cooldown. So just remove the cooldown, because you can only get pulled every, well, Rush of Agony can pull you, but then you should get a double shield, I think. If you get pulled by Rush of Agony and then you get pulled again or knocked back, I think you just get 2 shields. Just remove the cooldown. Bam. Much better. Why does it need a cooldown? Nocturnal Exploit, this one steals debuffs. It's actually not as terrible as people think, but it's still somewhat terrible. I'd probably put it around... very random what you steal. But I still think it's better than a lot of these sets here. Maybe it's like around here, like low C tier. Because you can steal some very valuable buffs too. But I think the cooldown's too long. Achieve a new level of consciousness when you see amber orange text. Ah, orange, that would be like mythic, right? Understandable. This was such a fun idea when they introduced it. But people cried on the forums, as always. And what happened was that they just nerfed it to a crown. It used to have a 2-second cooldown. 2 seconds maybe was a little bit OP, but I think 15 seconds is ridiculous. Because you have to apply a major debuff to actually steal something, right? This could be 5-second cooldown. I think 5 is reasonable. $15 is just why you can make someone rebuff their armor buff or weapon spell damage buff every 15 seconds. That's not really worth a 5 piece. And you don't get it yourself. Would be cool if you could steal it, but only removes it. If you got their buff, that would be funny, but that would be a different set entirely, I think. Then you could have a 15-second cooldown. What's your favorite mythic? It's a tough question. Depends on the build. I mean, strongest ones are here. I think just from the like Gaze of Cities because of the damage meta right now. I'm a big fan of that, but it doesn't really change the way you play that much. Then again, none of the mythics really do. Maybe the or well, you have one that stops you from moving when you block, and the dodge soul mythic, but I don't know, I don't really like any of them that much. I wish the mythics more like change the way you play. They don't really do that, most of them. It's just like some downsides, some numbers that change, but or you don't block, but then again, like it doesn't really change too much. It's not like you're perma blocking 24/7 on most builds. Seasonal makes you slow, I suppose. I actually kind of like the War Mask one from design point of view. So you kind of want to run that on a single target build. But I don't know, it's just numbers, most of them. I can tell you which one is the strongest one. Most of the time that's Monomyth. That doesn't mean I like it. Okay, Oakfather. I think Oakfather... man... It goes above Shattered Fate, but... I don't know if it's B tier. High C tier, I think. Maybe it's like around Draken level. Maybe a little bit higher. Maybe low B tier, but then... It's like super low B tier, I think. I don't know. Like around here. Hey, Saliva Grill. Yeah, champ. You want mosh set for it? Also cleansable? Yeah, but you don't always want to run mosh set. If you don't like a body set, for example. Instead of the 5-piece front, 5-piece back. It is cleansable, but you have to cleanse it instantly. Because what... well, it doesn't actually matter. You can just do Bash Weave into Bowproc, for example. Get the extra damage on the Bowproc. can always guarantee some damage from it with passive. And you kinda have to hope that you cleanse the right one every 10 seconds. It being a cleansable debuff is actually a downside in a way. It's like, let's say the 10-second duration or the cooldown's about to end. You have a lot of debuffs on you cleanse. Instead of cleansing like LSS, you cleanse the War Mask and it gets reapplied the second after. Sometimes it's good to have like debuffs that you force your opponent to cleanse. Oakwater, I think, could be buffed. Could be buffed a little bit. Or maybe it's fine, but it's very... it depends on... depends a lot on the opponent. Could be like maybe 500 pen. Maybe like 30 weapon spell elements. Could use like a 10% buff, right? On the penetration part. The weapon spell elements, I think it's usually kind of garbo. You get like 100 or something. That could be a lot better. Phoenix. It's kind of meh. I don't know if it's F tier meh. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. Doing a tier list. Doing a PvP set tier list. Hope you had a good stream. We're ranking Phoenix. Don't think it's F tier, but it's gonna be kind of low ranked here. Very long cooldown, that's the main issue. The event quest, how are you? Doing alright. It's been a very chill stream. We also did Tuesday event stuff. Too many bugs right now, can't really PvP. All of the like skills not doing damage and whatnot, so just thought it's a chill day and tier list day. Where do I rank this? It gives you a damage shield and does some damage when you drop low health, but I don't think, because of the long cooldown, I don't think we can rank it this high. Maybe like... maybe it's around here. Definitely needs less cooldown. We're also making patch notes for the sets. Trying to figure out how to make them slightly more usable. It's a 25k shield. I think the shield size is fine. Also, Sunlock, Rock, how you doing? Hello. The damage is also fine. Where is it? Could be higher. They could half the cooldown, wouldn't be OP. And I think the effects should be stronger for such a long cooldown. The radius should be more as well. It should be like 8 meters. I think it's 5 meters to nearby enemies. To 8 meters. Cooldown to 30 seconds, and I think the damage should go up. Would be a cool thing if this was like a bomber set. That procs when you drop low health. Won't have the chain effect potential of Vicious Death, but maybe the damage shouldn't be that high. Because you can also use this in like 1v1s kind of. Use the null arca coefficient. It's probably fine. Would be like an AoE null arca proc around you. every 30 seconds. It's 1.9. Maybe a little bit higher. We can double the current Phoenix one. 1.0 or 0.66. That's almost nothing. Because I think Vicious Death, for example, that's it's like 2 point something. 3.3 actually. So yeah, I would buff this a lot. It still won't be OP. Plague Break. Plague Break's really good. I think it's probably A tier. I don't know if it's S tier. I would like to put it S tier, but I think I can justify that. It is one of the better sets out there though. So we have Muscle Cure, then I think Plague Break's also A tier. Only around here. With the other procs. And I would not buff it. Fine as it is. Buffalo Assault, very good buff set. It's gonna be at least B tier, I think. It's very good duration, very easy to keep on. Meritorious is A tier. I think Meritorious is better value. Depends on what you need for your group, but usually if you see a set bonus that's 3.5k armor, then the weapon spell damage buff should also be around like 350, right? Or maybe it's around the same level. I guess we can have it here. I think it's one of the better buff sets in the game. Can be used as a solo healer as well, very easy to utilize. Rallying Cry, I think enough said about this one. Just easy S tier, broken set, kind of. Bam, just easy S tier, probably just put it there. No need to buff that one. A Ravager, this one is not super awful, but it could use buffs. Used to run it on Arcanist, because you proc it from applying a armor debuff. So anytime your armor buff procced and applied a minor breach, you would get a Ravager stack. And does give you a lot of weapon spell damage when fully stacked, but I don't think it's higher than C tier. I think maybe here it's definitely above War Maiden. So it can be used for ganking. But should be a little bit better. It's 584. You could increase the amount of stacks though. Make it 150. 750. It doesn't have full uptime. I think it's fine. Small buff, small buff. 4 stacks, 5 stacks. Reactive armor, I think the problem with this one is the cooldown, but it's not a bad set. It's a lot of damage mitigation after you get CC'd. Actually surprised more people don't run it. Probably around here with the Balloon Defender, Crest of Seodil, maybe a little bit higher. Not a lot higher. Let's put it here. And I think this one should have less cooldown. It is a unique damage reduction, but won't affect PvE too much. I think maybe like a 14-second cooldown should be fine. You don't want to have this every time you get CC'd, but... 14 seconds should be fine. Next one is Ropes of Alteration Mastery. This is kind of the same as Battlefield Acrobat, but it's not as good. It's not as good because you don't have the... you have Mac region on this one. Battlefield Acrobat can be good because you can reduce the cost of cloak while getting stem region. It can be good for some builds for sustain, but this one doesn't have the same upside. It was mid C tier, so I think Alteration Mastery is probably a low C tier. It's a double boss set. Still pretty decent for sustain, but yeah, I think it's around here. Ropes of Alteration Mastery. I'll just copy paste that here. What we did to Battlefield Acrobat. 10% would be fine. Just to keep it identical to the stamina counterpart. Transmutation, still a pretty good buff set. It's definitely not as good as Rallying Cry, but I would probably put it up there with Battlefield ATT, Buffalo Salt and Meritorious. It's one of the more popular buff sets after all. And I think this one, they could technically buff this, they should because of Rallying Cry. It is a buff set though. So if you buff this one, you buff both groups. Which kinda sucks. It's not like Impregnable, which you could just highly increase the amount of resistance you get. I don't think we can buff that. You're gonna power creep both groups if you do. Didn't buff the other ones either that are in A tier. But it's kind of funny how it's just worse than Rallying. One is 1600 and this one is 1400. So I guess you can use Transmutation in bigger groups. As Rallying Cry, you're gonna lose a lot of the value. Sentry. This one is actually really good for detecting gankers. If you, what you can do is you can run this outside of combat. Get a stealth detection for 30 seconds. You see where gankers are, then you unslot it. But for that reason, I think it's probably B tier. Dev solo or really small scale. Yeah, it kind of falls off, but it's definitely S tier. Sentry, I probably would put it here. I don't think I would change that. I think it's really good for what it does. Shadow Walker. This has a lot of potential. It's not D tier, especially now that you kind of want to get stem reason while invis. It's probably close to. It's the downside that you have to stand still, but I would say it's probably close to Battlefield Acrobat for the same role that that is supposed to play basically. Battlefield Acrobat was here. It's another set I considered if I wanted to stay in Cloak. Dialogue is better. Dialogue is absolutely not better. I think Dialogue Prey is terrible. Because you have to be sneaking, which means that you lose your stem region. And you lose your mech region, so what you get is a like static amount of stats, and the healing is kinda meh. Run and stay invisible? You can, but you have to be sneaking. So you give up all of your stem region, and you still don't get enough mech region to keep cloaking. It's really not that great. And you have to be vamp, yeah, but that's you usually are a vamp, so that's not really a downside. But no, I think Dialogue Prey is terrible. I think I'd rather get the bigger healing and faster stem region from Shadow Walker. Or I would get something like Battlefield Acrobat, reduce the cost of Cloak, and get stem region from T2 to 4. I'd like to think it's about equal. For stream, catch you in the next. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Dallas. See you next time. Have a great rest of the night. Or day, whatever time it happens to be over there. They could pop Shadow Walker. This could be... this should be half the value, but every half a second. So it feels less clunky. And you don't have to stop for that long of a time. So a while ago you can sneak as vamp without movement penalty while gaining resources. Yes, you can, but you always lose your stem region if you're moving. If you're sneaking. And you're moving. You can get it back if you jump when you're about to get the stem region tick. Like, you can kinda get the stem region ticks, but you always, like, if you're cloaking at the same time, like, you lose the mech region no matter what. I'm not a huge fan of Dialogue Prey. The health you get is 1/3 of what you get from Shadow Walker. So if you have enough mobility and you can stop for a moment, then you can get a lot of value out of Shadow Walker already. But I think it should be less restricting. It should be like... maybe like 1500? No, let's not buff it too much. Let's do like 1200. And health and stamina every 0.5 seconds. It's like having to stand still for precisely 1 second is very annoying. Half a second is a lot more manageable. I think that's reasonable. Shed Pain. This is a good set. You can make very good use of it. Especially if you have Siphon attacks or Legion strikes. Just automatically procs that whenever you have a dot on you. Very good if you're invis, for example. Also very good way of getting sustain with siphoning. But also does good damage. And reduces the dot damage you take. I'd say it's at least B tier. It's probably A tier. Let's see, what do we have in A tier or in B tier? We do have things like Unleashed. I think it's better though. Low A tier. Probably around here. Maybe a bit higher. It's a big counter to a lot of builds. Would I buff it? No, I won't buff it. It's fine. Shell Splitter, this one is kinda meh. It's when you deal damage to someone who's blocking, you gain penetration, but that's just worse than Bulwark Ruination, a lot worse. Is it even that high in DTR? Probably not. It has pen on 2 to 4. It's, I think, the only set with pen on 2 to 4. So I think we put it like mid DTR, based on that. But it should be better. Enemy blocks one of your attacks. 631, that's laughable. 20 stacks, who's gonna get 20 stacks of this? I think you should double that. And make it 10 stacks. And maybe then it's usable. You get 12.6k pen. If you hit someone who's blocking for 5 seconds, you get some big value. Shellbreaker. This used to be a fun set back in the days. 2k Oblivion damage every second when you dealt damage to someone who had a damage shield. These days it's a mediocre set. 6% damage done and 12% if they have a damage shield. I think it should be 10% and 15% would be worth running sometimes. But it's still poly C tier, like 6% damage done alone is pretty decent. Poly around here. It's better than Hardline Conqueror. Poly around here. %, either 10% or at least 8%. I would do 10 and 15. Because there are many sets that give you 12% damage or more than that against everyone at all times. Oh, it says it's doubled when... That would be 20... that's probably fine. Someone has a damage shield, then 20% damage. Music buggy? Oh, let me fix that. Sorry about the daily audio issues. Should be fixed. 10% doubled. That sounds fair. 10% is Essence Thief, but you don't get the sustain. I think sustain is one of the best things about Essence Thief, even though it has the minigame. It gives more sustain than Red's Vitality stem-wise. Many times, like very often, especially in duels. The 10% damage from it is not the strongest thing. Shield of the Valiant. Isn't this a like 5% damage reduction against players or something like that? From the 5-piece? Oh, never mind. 3% and reduced cost of break free. What if we do to the arena set? Because that also reduces cost of break free, but I think by 50%. Yeah. So we put that to 75. I think Way of the Arena has an additional 5 piece. Yeah, that's the weapon spell elements. So I think what you could do with this one is just the 4 piece should be 5%. No damage reduction, yeah, but damage reduction is not that amazing. It's on the 4 piece. If it was like an additional 5 piece, then sure. So this should be 4%, should be 5%. (3% to 5%), and the 5 piece should be, I think, the same, 75%. Just keep in mind the 4 piece is only against players. Whereas Way of the Arena, it works in PvE, so it can be like, can have a little bit less power budget, I guess. It's unique, but 3% aim mods, yeah, these days especially, 3% is nothing. Also scaling additively or multiplicatively with the other mitigations, so it's also been kind of made weaker and weaker over the years. Siege Master's Focus, I think this set does what it's supposed to do. It's not very good unless you like sieging. If you like sieging, then I guess we put it to B tier. For the siege enjoyers. I don't think you can change this too much. I've seen people troll a little bit with this one. Let's put it next to Sentry. Gonna have similar ideas, I suppose. I don't think you can change that really. Should it buff the damage done by siege weapons? You're immune to CCs and you reduce damage taken by 33%. And you can see enemies through walls. Yeah, I think I don't want to change that. You could add something like more damage done by siege weapons, but that could be just a set of its own, right? That they add later, and then you have Siege Master and the like siege damage sets. Could be funny. Because right now there's only one 5 piece, right? Snick. Snick is pretty good. Definitely above slots, wherever we have slots at the moment. Snake is just better. It's a bit more situational, but usually way more value. I think Snake slots was in B tier. If I'm not mistaken. I'd like to put it there. I don't know if it's A tier. Maybe it's A tier, like sometimes it's really, really good. It's like 20% plus damage. It's low A tier because it's too... there's too much variance in how much value you get. And there is something I would change about it. I guess some of you already guess what that is. I think this set should be an S tier set. I think this set should have per target cooldown. Can occur once every 12 seconds. There's already a cooldown. This means multiple people cannot proc Snake in the Stars in... Be too OP. Would it? I mean, maybe. I just don't like the current design. I really don't like the current design. Maybe we could reduce the cooldown. maybe you can change this one. It's like if you can get 20% damage from this set and you hit it only on one target at a time. Imagine if you put on everyone in a BG. Wouldn't that be like more than 50% of your damage very often? So I can see where it would be very broken, but healer in enemy team, you run pure Arcanist. If everyone have Oblivion Dot, then that set will have like 40%. Yeah. I would really like to make it per target, but you'd have to reduce the numbers, and then it kind of ruins how the set works right now. Because where you get most value out of this set is if you hit people who are getting cross-healed a lot. As in like bulk groups in particular. But yeah, maybe that needs to be some new set or some different one. Sword of Anguish is it's kind of meh, I think. Is it D tier meh? I think it's D tier meh. Maybe it's like around here. Velithreat Celine tier. That one we can buff. I think the radius is too small. This a doesn't do damage. It puts a heal absorption to all the enemies in. I think the ring is too small. Should be 6 meters. Six-meter radius and damage-wise, like if you consider the heal absorption damage, this is more or less the same as Rothgar. But it's not guaranteed to land. And it's less radius, even after the buff here. And it has a delay. Delay which should be less. Should be 1 second. And now maybe the set is good. Some Oblivion increase for every heal with time effect on you. Yeah, something like that. But I mean, that's what Snake in the Stars already does. You know what? I would also increase to 5k. Why is it 4,830? Spell strat, that's gonna... I mean, it's around the same as Skating Mage, right? Could be buffed. Just when you deal damage with light attack, it puts a thing on the target and you deal more damage against them. 5 second duration, 4 second cooldown. It should be way more, it should be like 600. It's very meh right now. $600. It is one barable. Can backbar like backbar light attack and rocket, but a big idea. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I would just remove the cooldown, make it like 8 seconds, I think. Or maybe 10 seconds even, just keep the cooldown then. Now you could maybe backbar this, or consider backbarring it. Spell Shredder, it's one of the newer sets. From what I've been told, it's not bad. It's not bad in like GVDs and fighting bulk groups, but I don't know where I would put it. Probably somewhere in B tier. I won't put it here because I think Snake has more like wider applications. This one is very specific. Probably like here somewhere. Would I change Spell Shredder? Maybe. I was kinda talking about this when it came out. In order to be worth using for solo players, not just in like special bulk groupers, bulk group comps and whatnot, I think this should be 3%. This is a set that cannot be used against solo players. It's just not gonna do anything. Whereas it could be, and always is, a lot of value against bulk groups. So I think at least 3%. Some people said 5%, but that's crazy. You can make it 5%. There's like one rune and vigor on you, and it's already 10%. So that at that point it's OP against solo players too. Steadfast Hero, this is major protection from. You can one bar this. I think it's when you cleanse, right? I recall correctly. Yep. Cooldown is unnecessary. It's a very easy fix for that one. It is a one barable set, probably around. It's not an easy proc on unless you like happen to have something cleanse every 12 seconds, which is not that difficult, but like won't reduce any damage taken from ganks and stuff like that. I'd probably still place it around here. Just make it no cooldown. It's already a lot better. The Archmage, that's I think 500 Mac region after doing a fully charged heavy. It's kinda meh. But how meh? It's probably around here. Often 6 for 10 seconds should be longer duration. And I think more Mac region. 506 should be, I think 780. And at least 15 second duration. I'd probably do 20. 780 is the Brett's vitality value, total value. If you combine the stem region and Mac region. But it's way easier to proc Brett's vitality than landing a full charged heavy. So it needs to be a lot more and last longer to be even remotely comparable. Juggernaut, this one is not bad. It can save you. It's a big heal, lots of armor, or a decent heal. It's not as big as the like Eternal Warrior, for example. I think the cooldown's too long. But I still rank this kinda high. Where did I have Masatun? It's also similar heal. Probably around the same value. Maybe a bit less. So I'd rather get the TT stats than OTT sustain than longer cooldown and the 20k armor afterwards. Like the armor's really good, but the cooldown kinda ruins it. It's gonna have 25% uptime right now. I think 33% uptime is fine. You also have to be below 30% to proc it. And the heal isn't that big. It's 6.6k armor with 33% uptime plus the heal. I think that's fine. So 1 minute to 45 seconds. And I won't change anything else. Should be decent with that. Morgtong, where's Swamp Raider? It's like better Swamp Raider. How much is Sauce paying you to do their work? Nothing. That's the saddest part about this. They ate some content. Something to yap about. I think it's probably D tier. If I rank Swamp Raider because of like Acid Spray and Koro Bills and kinds of funny shenanigans like that. If I rank that C tier, then Morgtong needs to be a little bit above that. Because 10% damage taken is better than 600 weapon spell damage. Where is Swamp Raider? I can search for it. Here. But it's not a lot better. It's like very, very close. So many C tier sets. It's on the 4th row, and this one is yeah, it's not that much better. Let's put it here. Would I change this? Because I think it's also a isn't this a debuff on the target? So your group mates also benefit from it. I think they do. I don't think you can change that. Because it's used in... Isn't this used in PvE? Maybe not, but it would be if poison or disease damage was prevalent. So I don't think we changed that. And yes, it would be better in PvP as well. If poison and disease damage was more prevalent, you could run it kind of like you run a fast strider and other debuff sets. Harbinger, this one is kind of disappointing, but you can still use it to sustain on some healer builds with siphoning. It's kind of like Battling Defender, but better in those cases. And there's not really any super good cases for Battling Defender, so we rank it above it. But it's probably C tier, in all honesty. Maybe like low B tier. Because of that like one niche case where you can use Harbinger. I do wish it was better at all. And I wouldn't make it better by increasing the damage. I think I would make Harbinger better by reducing the cooldown. But I think it deals damage every... Or maybe it doesn't. No, you can only increase the damage then. No, okay, so you can block every 0.25 seconds, right? It drains them every 0.25. But you still block everything, so you reflect everything. I think I tested that. So the problem was the damage then. This doesn't do enough even if you build around it. It'll probably be like... I don't know how much better, maybe even 50% better. Because the damage part of the set is not good. It's the sustain part that's somewhat worth running. So if you had 50%, 50k health, or let's say you go Goliath. You have 100k health. It's gonna be a high tooltip, but it doesn't actually kill anyone, because they stop attacking you when you go collide. 4.5k. So they can attack you for a few seconds, take like a spammable every second if you do light attack and another attack. If you do jabs, that would be 15k damage. It's not enough, even with 100k health. It's just not enough. But if this was, say, 0.66 times 100k, that would be 6.6. You take close to 20k. So yeah, I think we buffed that. 863 coefficient to 0.66. It used to do more damage back in the days, but they nerfed it. For no reason, I'd like to add. Always had a counterplay, just don't attack the Harbinger. It's not that complicated. Tracker Slash, this one is terrible. This might be an F tier set. Or does it have a like additional 5 piece? It doesn't. When your attack is dodged, increase your weapon spell damage by 95. Who came up with this shit? Who came up with this one? When are you ever going to stack this fully? It's gonna take forever, and they probably go into cloak before that, or they line of sight. Like, this thing is awful. I think it's worse than Hunting Strays. But it's probably better than some other ones here. Also, why is this one here? I don't think it's that bad. It's worst way of the arena. The CC break cost reduction is still worth a little bit. Still live? Yeah, we still have sets to go through. Bit more than I would like, because we have the trial sets, but we have perfected and non-perfected, so only need to go through the perfected ones, basically. Tracker Slash poly here is fine, actually. And I think you should gain like 300 and up to 3 stacks. They can literally triple this. It won't be that great. So you will never proc this in PvE. You can kinda go crazy with the bonus. Why is Healer's Habit F tier? I think it's better than sets above. Because everyone who wants to play a healer already has Crestone in line. They already automatically get the minor mending. So it just doesn't fit today's standards. But we did fix that, I think. Or I thought I did. Oh, thought I added a bonus note here where it gives major mending if you already have minor mending. But I think I removed that because I didn't want to buff healers too much. But honestly, it could have that. Like this, even if you had major mending from your 5 piece, there's a lot better ones. So I would actually do that. Hold on. Not all healers play Restoring Light though. Well, that's them making a mistake. Or maybe it was because I didn't know how to fix it. Yeah, I just didn't know how to fix it. So you can't have a, like, you would have to rewrite an entirely new thing on the set for your heals give major mending or something if you have minor mending. I think it's too much for Sos. You know what? I think this should stay at 5 stacks. I think you should get 1500 weapon spell elements if you fight one of these gremlins that you spam dodge all. If you run this set, then 1500 weapon spell elements. If they dodge all 5 times in a row, basically. I think you deserve that. This won't break PvE. Mobs don't really spam dodge all. Unflinching ultimate. This one is when you use an ulti, you get the CC immunity. It's not terrible, but I think it should be better. It's probably I mean it's D tier, I think. I think it's D tier. Only could maybe just remove some sets then and try to fix it. No. That's if you want to remove all of the bad sets, then you would remove most of the game. So many weapon spellmass buff sets, some are just worse, so why do they exist? They have different proc cons. Or they have different 2 to 4 lines. When it comes to sets like Fury and Void Scholar or Battalion Defender and TT, what's it called? The Alteration Mastery and so on. I think this set needs to have less I don't know how to fix this one. I think 1 second for every 10 ulti spent. But then you could have almost perma CC immunity, but you'd be forced to spend your ultis. Because you gain 10 seconds with here's the thing, to get perma CC immunity you would need 20 ultimate per second. Because 1 second for every 20 ult, right? I think 10 ulti per second for perma CC immunity is fair. So for every 10 ultimate, you could have maybe like 50% uptime on CC immunity, but you invest an entire 5-piece line for that. I think that's justifiable. Vanguard, okay, this one is a bit of a niche set, but it can be effective. So we probably put this in B tier at least. It's very annoying. It's very, very annoying. Would I rank this higher? How effective is Vanguard? I mean, you can just kill the one Vanguarding you, right? Especially in today's meta with all of the damage there is. So probably around like the same level as Sentry and Siege Master. I would put it A tier if it was more effective. But nowadays, I don't know. You can get Vanguarded, but then you just kill the Vanguard. Full tank in EUBGs that puts Vanguard on people, you just kill it. With fire. I think B tier. Won't change it. I don't think that needs any buffs or any nerfs. It's kind of whatever. Vengeance Leech, this is, I think, F tier. It's when you kill a target, you gain some resources, 3-piece. Or is it here? Didn't I put... it's kind of like Gravestake, actually. 3-piece Gravestake. Should be better. I don't know why he used it, because he only stands still, so you can either cleanse it or go 28 meters away from him. Or you can kill him, because you do more damage to him. Unless like he's just perma blocking and you have only direct damage and no unblockable CCs or something like that, but here I think there was a There was an idea I had for this set, which was basically the same thing. So when anything dies nearby, you gain resources. But we won't do the exact same, so I need to change the numbers to match this. It's every 3 seconds. I think Vengeance Leads didn't have a cooldown, right? Yeah, just when you kill an enemy, you heal for 2.7 and restore 2.7 magicka and stamina. The problem is that you have to kill something to get the like very small heal and a little bit of sustain. The sustain you get is 1 heavy attack, by the way, in terms of value. I think you can have the ult Withered Hand. When you're within 20 meters of an enemy you're in combat with, enemy dies. You gain, maybe not that much, but I mean it could be that much. Or when an enemy recently damaged dies, that's probably good enough. You could maybe justify this by putting dots on blast spawns or something like that. Or hitting blast spawns with AoEs, you would gain some sustain. Last 2 seconds dies. I think that would make it a lot better. Is it F tier though? Maybe it's D tier, like super low D tier. Same as Withered Hand. Maybe a little bit above because the 3-piece. Let's put it here. I don't think it's F tier. Once you CC him, he dies in 1 second. Yeah, that sounds about right. Unkillable without unblockable CC. Yeah. It's one of those spells. Vice Cannon, this is a bad proc set. D tier, it's not F tier, but like around Vulcan's Coria value, something like that. I think what this set needs is more damage. It's good to have a different proc condition. It's not that hard to proc this, if you need to deal damage while flanking the opponent. But it's while behind them. It should be while flanking, I think. But I think this procs from oh, it's direct damage nowadays. It used to be any crit damage. I think the heal should be stronger. They could make this 200%. So you could maybe like make some funny builds with this and Drauken or Dragon's Appetite or something like that. And I think the proc condition should be while flanking. While flanking and make like 200% heal. Because I don't think the dot hits too hard. You could make the dot hit harder, but maybe actually that's better. So I need to find out the skill coefficients again. One, 2, 6 could be twice of that. Because if you have 7k, then times 0.26, 031, you get 1800. Okay, that can't be right. Unless it's Petic. I think it's probably Petic. It has to be pathetic. So every 2 seconds. Plus 607. So right now it's 2.4k, 1.2k per second with 7k spell elements. It could be 2.4k and the heal, because the proc condition is difficult. Direct critical damage while flanking. You could even triple this, to be honest, but... let's make it a 0.53. Would be a lot better. Vicious stat, this one is a... I mean, you kinda build around this set. Is it S tier? It's very... very inconsistent. It's at least A tier, but I don't know if I want to put it S tier. I do have Master 2 H there. But I think that's a bigger part of some of the bombers than Vicious stat. It kinda has to be S tier too, I think. There are like electable bombers that only work because of Vicious stat. Lots of Darkon builds as well that only work because of Vicious stat. But we put it low S tier. Like Master 2H you can always get some value out of it. Vicious stat sometimes you get no value out of it. So low S tier. I don't think we change anything. It's fine. Ward of Zero, this one is also Major Defile, I think. Major Defile when you deal melee damage or something like that. Or is it when you take damage? No, it's when you deal melee damage you apply Major Defile. Hey, Sonsal, how you doing? Just realized how many sets are there in the game. I think 696 or something like that. If I recall correctly. So, quite a few. This could also be a unique heal debuff, but I think Major Defile and Minor Defile would be fine without cooldown. Or with like 2-second cooldown. We definitely shouldn't have 5-second cooldown. Where did I put the Droxbane? It's about the same tier, I think. Same effect, different proc on. One is when you take damage, and this is when you deal melee damage. So it's probably a little bit worse. You have a little bit control over it, but you can at least apply it to healers, for example. Unlike Droxbane, if they don't attack you, then they don't get the Major Defile. How did I change Droxbane? I think I just reduced the cooldown. Yeah, to 4 seconds. So we could just reduce the cooldown here. Lady Knight, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So I think 5 seconds to no cooldown. So whenever you deal melee damage, you apply Major Defile. 50 hours ASMR, is set tier listing coming on YouTube. No, it's not 50, it's like maybe 20. Warrior's Fury. This is the same as Void Collar. Where did I put Void Collar? Been on 5 streams already, been playing in parallel and didn't register what is happening. Just don't it to you now. Yeah. We're almost done with this though. Almost done. Then I have to find some new thing to yap about. Don't know what that's gonna be. Maybe do like class tier list next or something. Or maybe they fix the game and PvP is playable. Wait, no way I ranked Void Collar this high. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, how is it in D tier? I think Fury is a little bit better because it's heavy set. So you can run heavy chest. And like heavy body parts, which is usually better. but it's kind of the same. Sort of sets, yeah. I think it's kind of the same if you did a tier list of all of the champions in League of Legends nowadays. So it's not that unusual, I think. Or maybe it's like 6 times more things to tier list, but don't those games have like hundreds of champions these days? So it's kind of similar. Tevi, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How was your stream? Welcome everyone. Do not tier list. I have only a little bit left. We're also doing patch notes for the sets that we rank. Patch notes on how to fix them. I think willpower is about the same as agility. Maybe a little bit better. It's not C tier. Where are we going? Or is it C tier? No, it's C tier. Slow C tier. Here. So much very good. DP proc is going very well. Nice. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. It's definitely one of the most difficult ones. Oh wait, DP, that's the Kain's Aegis one, right? I was thinking of something else. I don't know that one, I haven't done it. I suppose it's kinda tricky as well. Willpower we used the same as with agility. Make it 400. Might be worth using. Wizard Riposte, it's kinda meh. Crit Riposte is the good one. Wizard Riposte is the very meh one, but even the meh one is, I think, C tier. I think it's Minor Innovation and what else? Yeah, you apply Minor Innovation. It's kind of a double bar set. You can backbar it, but you have the big crit resistance on the 5 piece. 10% damage reduction, that's less than half of Rallying Cry. I think the crit resistance here should be more. You can have the like Minor Invasion, maybe increase the duration, but I think the personal crit resistance you gain should be a lot higher. This set would be good. Because then you could be really tanky on that bar. And when you switch to front bar, you still have some crit resistance. But right now, I think it's probably... I mean, it's probably higher here. Still. No, okay, here's the limit. I think we leave it here. You could make the 5 piece into the same amount of crit resistance as Rallying Cry. So you don't gain weapon spell damage. And it's only on that bar. It's not like you can switch to front and have the crit resistance. So that would be a huge buff, but I think justifiable one. Set is very, very outdated. To 1650. And the other line should be 5 seconds to, I would say 10 seconds duration. 5 seconds not, definitely not enough. With League while the count was under 110, I wouldn't know, because they added at least 50 more by now. Yeah, there's a lot of champs. I don't play it myself, but I watch other people play it every now and then. So I don't have a full understanding of the game, but I like figuring things out. The tier list would probably span multiple hours. Yep. I don't know if has anyone done patch notes kind of tier list for other games. where they like try to fix the bad ones, or is it always just people being like, oh, this is bad because this and that? Wrath of the Imperium, this is again kinda edgy, and I would say it's worse than edgy. It's only against the... It doesn't actually buff your heals. It's only damage against the target. It's a bit more than edgy, but it's probably like lower C tier. Actually, almost all of the 3-piece sets made it here. Just not Vengeance Leads. I think everything else made it there. Imperium, I think this 3-piece needs to be... 2-piece also needs to be better. And 3-piece needs to be a little bit better. It's a Dragon Destroyer, thank you for the follow. Thank you. 129 plus... Wait, Vengeance Leech also needs a better... That's a 3-piece line. Needs a better 2-piece. To make it be on par with agility and endurance. And willpower. It's max health. So it should be the same as endurance. 1206 to 1928. But the Imperium had the weapon spell mass, we can plus 50% that. Wait, I think I did that. No, I did the crit sense for the other one. So this would be 193. And this could be easily 400. Oh, but the problem is that we gave Agi and willpower 400. So this should be 500, because it's only against the target. It needs to be a bit stronger. But it's only to... Oh, only to range direct damage abilities. It could be 500 still. Ranged direct damage abilities. Up from current 325. Yep, something like that. Are we done with the PP sets? That's the last one? Nice. Just the trial ones left. Almost done, almost done. Galenve, I think, is an Empower set. It's just not usable in PvP. So we don't have to make a note for these ones. We just rank them very low. Because if they change Empower one day, all of these sets might become usable. Unsoul's Torment is also PV only. You can still run it for the 2 to 4. It doesn't actually kill you if you run it. So we rank it above some sets here. But it's definitely not great for PvP. Velikan on the other hand, okay, this is a different story. Velikan's pretty decent, especially for dueling. It's not that good in open world actually, or BGs. I still wanna rank it B tier at least. Maybe no, it's probably B tier. B tier's fair. And I think the non-perfected is C tier. It's like next to Draken. It's probably fair. We'll do the perfect one later, once we get there. Automated defense, I think this is also a PV set. As the major Aegis, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Yep, major ages. So not usable in PvP, sadly. Bosse. Should I rank Asublight higher because there's some bugs with it? I think I kinda rated it low here because just out of spite. For what it was and what it should be still. It should probably be up here because if you come across the bug, then it's still usable. I don't know how good is it. It is if you do use it, but still usable with the bug. So let's make it high F tier. Bosse also PV only. We have to rank it very low. Can't really make it PvP, or can you? Why not make it usable in PvP? Damage done against monsters by 10%. Why against monsters? It wouldn't even be OP if it was against players as well. I don't see a reason for the restriction there. So we can have a quick note for that. But right now, not very good. Berserking Warrior, this one is usable. Crit sense, and you can stack it 3 times, I believe. I think we have some other ones here too. That are similar. I think it's better than Force Rate, right? You wanna stack crit sense. It's not the most efficient stat in PvP, but 986 and stacks up to 5. $298. Oops. It's 1.5 plus 186, 2.4, and it's against any. Oh, it's for any damage, including like enchants and light attacks. Crit sense 2 to 4. If you wanna stack crit sense, not a bad set at the moment. I think we rank it above the Forest Raid, even though it takes time to stack. Not above Shieldbreaker, no shot. Not doing that. Chaotic Whirlwind, also usable, not super amazing, but I wouldn't say it's D tier. Or maybe the non-perfect one is. It's probably high D tier. This one, when you use Spin to Win, you get move speed, and based on move speed you gain weapon spell damage. We used it in the past. It's not... I do wish it was better, but... It's not like super awful. Also, Berserking Warrior, I don't think we... actually, we should buff it. So we buffed the Forest Raid, but can you buff that one without breaking PV? I don't think you can. So we skip the note for that one. This one we can. And I think the way to buff this is the duration. The move speed is very valuable. Again, 5% per stack, but it only lasts 5 seconds. You can up to 450 weapon spell elements based on your move speed. I would make it 10 seconds. And I think that's probably enough to make it usable. Or more usable. Yolnakrin. This PV only as well, I believe. Isn't this Minor Slayer? Minor Courage. Oh, you can actually use that in PvP. But it's only Minor Courage. It's 11 other group members. You can have 100% uptime. Isn't this pretty good in bulk groups? So, like, yes, there's Phoenix mod which also gives minor force, but you have to heal. Which you can't always do because of the damage cells. You'd have way more uptime with running this and maybe like someone with blind set, for example. So I think blind can proc from overheals as well. Actually, no, it does, because I always get the shields while running around waste shrines and whatnot. Yeah, I think this one is it's not bad for bulk groups, actually. Can't rank it as high as Powerful Assault, which is a unique buff. But it's probably like high C tier. Non-perfect poly. Perfect is gonna be here. Non-perfect poly around here. And I would not change it. I want to buff the bulk group sets. It's not what we're doing. Asylum Destro is alright. But I think it's been power crept. It used to be really good, but nowadays it's just good. And I wish it was really good. Probably gonna be B tier, low B tier, so we rank this a bit lower. I mean, kinda same level, I think, as maybe a little bit above the Asylum 2/8 and Master Destro and Bow. Maybe a little bit above those. A Riptide, you can actually use this in PvP. It's just not very good. Could you buff this? I don't know if people still use it in PvP. I don't think they do. I think for PvP it was probably like non-perfect is probably high D tier. Like around here. Something like this. And I think it should be better, especially since we buff some of the other sets. I think this set just kinda fell off. They nerfed it for no reason. It used to be 700, I think, or 690 weapon spell limits. I think it should still be. Although it stacks faster, it's at 50% now. But it kind of fell off from the PvP meta, from what I understood. I don't know how to... Maybe 650 or some small buff. Would be a little bit more usable in PvE, but... And PvP. I don't know what else to do there. Defending Warrior is not that bad. I think it's kind of close to Crimson. It's not as good as Crimson though. So this is when you block an attack, you instantly deal damage in I think 10-meter radius, and you heal based on damage done. Can't really backbar and combo it like Crimson. It doesn't do as much damage, but it's close to Crimson. So I think it's probably the B tier. Okay, we have Crimson here. I'd say it's close enough to Crimson. Like, you have different builds where this one makes more sense. So I think it's also B tier. you could maybe buff it a little bit. So I think Crimson we buffed a little bit here. Yeah, it was like 10% buff. Been checking on your post several times a day, so is radio silent, that's crazy. Yep. I don't know why it's like very simple to... Isn't it very, like, it would be very simple to stop that post and hey, we're aware of the issue, that's like all I would personally want, but I guess not. I guess it's not that simple for them. .74, so this should be 0.9, I think. Or 0.85. I think that would be fair enough. Just pump the damage up a little bit. Defensive position, this is Giga set. It might be S there. I know this sounds crazy for people who have not used this set, but it is insanely good for sustain. Plus very often more than Rest Vitally, way more. But you have to run Death Stance. But when you do, it's definitely worth it. I think I put this in A tier and we put the perfect one in S tier. Do I rank it above Master Double? So you kind of build around this one a lot too. Maybe here. I would not change this one. It's already giga strong. A Destructive Mage, on the other hand, is a bad proc set. It's probably mid-tier, like around Vulcan Scoria. I think they did buff this recently, but it's still bad. It's when you deal damage with a heavy attack, you place a bomb on the target. And next time they get heavy attack, there's a like proc on them. Every 3 seconds. When you deal damage with a fully charged heavy attack. Mark was already active before applying, detonates. So this used to be procable by teammates, but what they changed is that you can only proc it yourself, but the cooldown was reduced. I think it used to have a 10-second cooldown. The damage should be a lot higher. So I think what you compare this to is probably Galerion. I think Galerion we buffed to... it should be at least the same damage as the buffed Galerion. Oh wait, no, it's... never mind. We reduced the amount of stacks required for that one. We have to do 2 heavies to proc this one. So 1.07. And this one is easier to proc. 1.46. It should be this. So you can proc them around like equal intervals. And the other one you can just proc with light axe. This one is AoE though, but it shouldn't matter. It's 2 heavies you need to do. So if you have a, let's say 7k weapon spell damage times 0. 716, your tooltip would go from 7.5k to 625 to 10.2k. That's fine. I think that's absolutely fine. Make it a fun set. So that's an 8-meter AoE. You could like spam heavy attacks and just do big explosions. Sounds cool. Discipline Slash. This one is terrible. Isn't this the... this is the Asylum sort of... Asylum... Wait, which one is this? Didn't I already do this? Isn't this the VMA one? Oh no, it's the 2/8. Okay, I got debated by the icon that was a 1/8. No, this is not that bad. It's only when you do Executioner or Rev Slice. I don't know if I would put it in B tier for Perfect 1 though. Only around the same level as the Doubled actually. Because there are some cases where you can get a lot of value from it, but unfortunately, not really enough of such cases. If Brian Wheeler and company had this much passion and dedication for this game, PvP players would come back in droves. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Hopefully they can, like, by some miracle come across this video on YouTube at some point or something. So I think a lot of these sets could very easily be fixed. And made better, like this one. This one just needs more... The problem is the... Actually no, it's not gonna break PV because it's Execute, right? You can only gain a lot of ulti in Execute. Maybe I would start the scaling earlier. So maybe that's the main issue. So I think the scaling... you always get one ulti, I think. But you don't really want to use Executioner at full health. Don't think that's good design. I don't know how to fix this actually. This one's it's an ulti gen set. The max time should be weapon spell elements. I don't know why it's maximum stamina. You make this only usable stam builds, basically. Or it only makes sense to use on stam builds. Weapon spellmans would have better scaling. I would maybe increase the damage dealt by Execute as well. Or the base morph. Give you like some extra reason to run it. It's not really different from the other weapons, because Master Destro, for example, you get a cost reduction on that one for the ability. Reduces cost of destructive touch by 10%. So why not increase damage of reverse slash by 10%? Or I would probably do like 20%. Because it has a scaling, it's probably additive with the scaling. Probably just increase damage by 20. Bam. Much better. That plus the ulti. No need to worry about PV and too much ulti. Just don't touch the ulti part. Dollar's Arena, this one is when you block or hold brace, you gain like an aura that reduces the armor nearby. And gives you armor as well. I don't think it's bad. It just takes too much time to build up for PvP. But it's a trial set, it's designed for PvP. But even then, I would say it's probably... definitely high D tier for the non-perfected. Maybe above this. And it's probably high C tier for the perfect one. The thing is, I don't think it is used in PvE. I think usually mobs are already at 0 armor. Just because of all the debuffs and other sets than this one. Like, for example, the Alkos pen, I believe is used quite a lot. So I think the pen here is not really required. Which means you can buff it for PvP. If only you could one bar this. If you got some buff that built up over like a few seconds. That could be interesting. But I don't think the set is bad right now. If you play a promo blocker, you always have the barrier around you. You don't need to build it up on the opponents. I don't think you get enough armor though. 1.8k, that's a joke. That's an actual joke. Max time on the 5-piece, already like not super optimal. $5.5k pen. I think you should also get 5.5k armor. Since it takes time to build them. And that also doesn't really affect PvE. There's a lot better sets for armor than this one. So why not just have the same value as for the penetration? So 1843. And I think at that point you would have a set that's good for offense and defense simultaneously. It kinda has to be front part or double part. So I think you lose it if you switch to back part. Wait, no, it lasts 5 seconds, so you can switch to back part for a couple of seconds. And I think you can't really reduce the duration. Then it becomes broken. If you could get 5k armor and 5k pen from one bar around you, a little bit too strong at that point. Also, is this for allies or only yourself? Only yourself, only you get the armor. Doesn't break PvP. Okay, and it's not like OP buff set for bulk groups. Poly high D tier at the moment. Titan Warrior, this one is it's an interesting one. You get 100 ulti and you heal for a lot, like way more than Juggernaut. It's a full heal pretty much when you drop low health. I think it has the same problem as Juggernaut, long cooldown, but still pretty decent. So you can use this to like build a fast Vampult or Koro. Just have a lot of uptime on that. But I would reduce cooldown. Where's Juggernaut here? Is it better than Juggernaut? It's about the same tier, I think. Maybe a little bit better at the moment. A little bit more value. So you can't change the ulti part, but you could change the cooldown. Although this one is, I think, no, it's 1 minute too, right? Yeah, 1 minute cooldown. On the ulti. 1.4 right now, 1.6 if you proc it on cooldown. Which you want, like you have to drop a low health for that. You have to drop below 25%. This would be a lot more ulti if you reduce the cooldown. But I don't know if you can use this in PvE. Because if you take damage while below 25% health, you're probably dead, right? It's because of proc condition. Or they could change the 25% to like 35 or something, but I kinda like it at the moment. Just a big burst heal. Well, if you could get that a little bit more often, that'd probably do the trick. Nothing does. This is it Major Slayer again? I think it's Major Slayer, right? Oh, it's the construction one, never mind. Hyperexes, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Much appreciated. How was your stream? Just trying in the trial sets for PvP, coming up with some patch notes. Hyper, you do a lot of tanking, right? Would Eternal Warrior be broken in PvE if it had less cooldown? Because it's a lot of ulti, right? On paper, like it would be 2.22 with 45 seconds. So I think for PvP this would be fine, but for PvE, I don't know about that. 7-hour stream overworking a little bit. It's almost 2 AM. It's the very last sets though, we're almost done. Will sub for beer, how you doing? Locked, hello. Spymate, how you doing? Galantax, hello. This one is maybe usable. Non-ultimate abilities 3 seconds, maybe not actually, not in PvP. Isn't this kind of bad in PvE too? Activates the synergy you have created within 10 seconds. You and the ally who activate only for 3 seconds. And occur once every 6 seconds per target. Isn't this terrible? Caroline, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And technically you can use that in PvP, but it's not very good. It's probably F tier. Maybe like higher F tier, at least doesn't kill you. Like here, something like that. Perfect one is also gonna be F tier though. I think they could buff that for PvE too. Like, it could easily be 20% cost reduction. It's only 3 seconds. Doesn't actually give you any damage. Seems kinda bad. False God, this is... isn't this the... it's like the Magicka Vicious Ophidian. Get like Major Expedition, you can actually use that in PvP. And I think it's still better than Hunding's. But maybe not the non-perfect then. Isn't there a perfect one too? Yeah, there is. So we put the non-perfect in F tier and the perfect one in... this one probably a bit lower. It's like in one stat line. Mascot's probably like here or something like that. It's also something that's not really used in PvP. So we can change the or buff it a little bit. Some sustain when you kill something and mag cost reduction, but nothing else. I mean, the design of the set is kinda clear. Can't really add things or change it drastically, but I think it should be more than 8%. Since we buffed the Seducer and some other sets, this could be at least 10%. And I think you could get more magical. Like 3k. It's not gonna make it super usable, but maybe like slightly better, at least. Harmony and Chaos, this is the... it's actually usable. There's a weird way, because of the duration, if you have 2 self-synergies, you can stack weapon spell damage. And I think it works outside of combat too. Or maybe it doesn't, let me check. No, it's while in combat. But you can still gain a lot of stats from this. On some very specific builds. It's 15 seconds, and if you have 2 synergies, then... like Lightning Flood and Graveyard, for example, very viable. You can keep full stack up at all times. It's plus 200. $640. I don't know if you can change this really. Isn't this pretty decent in PvE? Should be, right? If because you can use the orbital synergies, and also the Riptide was very popular. So I imagine this one should be quite usable too. And we probably rank it up around the same as Riptide. So for the non-perfect poly C tier, probably better than Riptide, I would say. Should get more overall value from that one. Maybe a lot more actually. Let's put it there. Could be really interesting on Bomber. So you could backbar that one. Riptide you can't really one bar. This one you can. But you probably want to front bar it actually, because you have the weapon spell on the piece as well. Healing Mage, this one is what did this one do actually? Isn't this like minor turrets or something? Minor cowardice around you. Every 3 seconds. I think this should be... it's when you use an area of effect heal. You don't really use them that often. You place ritual and then use your like just direct heals. Don't really want to spam the spam ritual. You could maybe get full value out of this with spores or something like that. Maybe Matriarch procs it. Not sure if that's considered AoE heal. But I think it should be more than minor cowardice. It's not really worth right now. although minor cowardice is not a very common debuff. You get that from power extraction and not much else skills wise without scribing. I think we probably rank it a bit higher. Not super high. Maybe around here. What if it also had major cowardice? Now that would be interesting. Because then you'd place a like a lot of debuffs on people around here. Minor cowardice and major cowardice. Immortal Warrior, this is the one that gives you major prot and heals you if you drop low health. It's kinda meh. It's a lot worse than Eternal Warrior or Juggernaut. Item tier list made for PP, yes. And some patch notes on how to fix things without nerfing anything and only buffing the weak sets. We also try to keep PV in mind so that we don't break the game by changing stuff. Make it top XV1 set. No, because you have to use an AoE heal, and it's only in a radius around you. And there's a lot of like stronger sets out there. Would make it very good though. Would make it very good. It's 5-second duration. It's 10 meters around you. And the 2 to 4 kinda mean that you would have to be a healer. If there was any heal, it would be broken, but every heal is a lot more limiting. Because it's not when you heal, it's when you cast it. Where's the... Warrior or something? Immortal Warrior. This one is poly D tier. I would say it's worse than Phoenix, quite a bit worse actually. This one gives you a damage shield if you drop low health. Immortal Warrior is just a heal and it deals damage. And this one's just a major pod. It's not even a heal, that's crazy. 20-second cooldown. So you could have a full uptime major protection, but it's not really worth it. I think this one should have a heal. Should have a heal or a bigger damage reduction buff. Like not just major protection, but like minor protection as well. This is definitely not a good proc condition or a value at the moment. Definitely D tier. What about a what if you got the major pot and a damage shield? But how big of a damage shield? I think a 25k shield with 20-second cooldown would probably be too much. 20k plus 20k damage shield. So now it protects you if you drop low health and you get the major pot, which is kinda easy to get with Monomyth and even just running a support skill from the Alliance for skill lines. Like very easy to get that. Every 20 seconds, so it's still longer cooldown than and then what's the crafter set called? we change that one too? White strikes. So white strikes is 15 seconds, I think. So you could have longer cooldown. Longer cooldown, same shield. But you also get major pod. But you have a proc condition of... I mean, this has the same one. So maybe it shouldn't be 20k shield. Because I think the major pod is still worth more than the extra 5 second cooldown. So maybe like 17.5k or something like that. I think that would be good. A bit more balanced. Infallible, this is just bad in PvP these days. I think it's Empower and Minor Bone, right? If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, it's extra against monsters, I see. So it's the same as Noble Duel. It's a little bit better because you still get the Minor Bone, but it's an F tier set. And the only way to fix it would be to make it work against anything, but then it's the same as Sergeant, or better than Sergeant, just replaces an existing set. I don't like these ones. Because they are... you buff any of these, or you make any of these work in PvP, they just replace something that's already there. There's no way to balance them properly, I think. Trying to rebalance all sets? Yep, pretty much. What's up, Wambo? Making patch notes for the weak ones. We're not nerfing anything, just buffing the bad sets. I think Nightmare is actually worse than Infallible, because you get Minor Maim from this one. Minor Bone is better, even if you have to heavy leg to get it. Inventor Scout is Minor Aegis, I think. Or is it Major Aegis? One of the Aegises, I think. Major Aegis. It's a PV only. Put this one here. Maim would be more useful if you need to debuff more ads or bosses. Yeah, and I think it's very easy to get. Like Minor Maim, you just have to have anyone with any frost damage in group. It's just automatically gonna apply from the chill trial. And Major Maim, I think there's sort of sets for Major Maim, right? Caspian's, this one is usable in PvP, but I think it's kinda bad. Is it D tier bad? It is a proc set. Okay, the non-perfect is F tier. But the perfect one might be D tier. It's not very good in PvP. Very few situations in hard modes where it was necessary. Yeah. Or, wait, do you have someone using LSS in the trifecta runs? Because that also just automatically applies it. What do you think about bringing some set ideas for PvP? Like new ideas for new sets? I think that's an entirely different thing. I mean, they should add a lot of new sets with new concepts, but kind of focused on just trying to balance the terrible sets without changing them too much. There's a lot of sets they should add though, especially counters to ball groups and counters to like maybe more counters to healing could be good. More heal debuff sets and whatnot, but kind of how I see it. Do we just put this here? There's only 4. No, but that's a proc. Maybe here. Maybe here. Coinsmith also usable in PvP, but not very good. If we put it like here, something like that. I don't know if you can change these sets without nerfing PV. I don't think Kind's Wind is used that much. Caspian, is it good in AoE in PV? So that's the set that places a sword on the target, and based on how many swords you have, you get more damage, plus 2%, up to 6 times, so you can get 12% damage, and the proc damage. Shouldn't this be pretty good for AoE? All you need to do is deal area dark damage, so beam. Looks pretty solid to me. An Arcanist front bar, for example. It takes 6 seconds to fully stack this up. Seems pretty decent. I don't want to touch that one. It might be OP in PV if you change things. Kind's Wind also, you can already get pretty good value from that. It's like 420 stamina magic, right? When you overheal yourself or a group member, kinda easy to proc. Magicka and stamina every second. 10-second cooldown. I think even non-perfect that is actually pretty decent, right? In theory. So you do have to stand still to get the sustain. But I mean, if you have Dolor's Arena and Harmony and Chaos here, it's probably at least D tier. Like here. Caspian not quite as sure about that one though. Illusion Echoes, this one is really good buff set for PvP. Usually have one person running this, everyone gets 11% crit damage and healing. It's pretty damn good. It is a double bar set though, for whoever's running that one. And I don't know if it's D tier or B tier for the perfected or A tier. These are all one barable. I think it's B tier because it's not one barable. So I think the non-perfect we put a little bit lower, maybe around here. Would I change this one? No, because it's a bulk group set. We don't buff those. I think Kind's Wind also we don't really want to change that. We could increase the radius, wouldn't break PB, I think. Let's say 4 meter buff right now. Should be, I think, 6 meters. Oops, again. Just opening things. That should be fine. Lunar Bastion, this is damage shields when you use a synergy, usable technically in PvP. It's every 2 seconds you get a shield. It's when you activate the synergy. It's a stacking damage shield too. Oh, it's a group buff too. Isn't this pretty good for bulk groups? It's like stationary area, but still probably pretty good. Every 2 seconds, I think you get 5 stacks, right? Stacks up to 6 times. Gonna have to compare this to Imperium, which is way easier to proc. And you get only a little bit bigger shield. Yeah, I think it's not that great. also lacking one bonus there. This doesn't have a perfect one, I think. So I don't know about this one. It's not F tier, I think. Just because of how OP Imperium is. And a lot of the other damage cell procs. So I think we put this in D tier. It's probably high D tier. If it had an additional stat line, if there was a perfect one, that would probably be high C tier. Even though it's way worse than Imperium, value-wise. So Imperium gives a little bit less shields, but it's less cooldown. It's 12 seconds versus 20 seconds. It's instant, doesn't need to stack up. Ciroria. This one's not really used in... I don't think it's used in PvE anymore. You can technically use it in PvP. It's probably high F tier for the non-perfected. Oh, and we should probably fix the Lunar Bastion, right? So this should be same value as Imperium. Once it's fully stacked, or should be a little bit more. 16,422. Imperium is just like 11k. 10.2k. But much more like mobile and don't have to stack it. Divided by 12, you get 938 shields per second. Lunar thingy was 2737 16.4. Let's divide by 20 because of the cooldown. So 821, it should be way more. So what if you got 3500 per stack? Times 6. Divide by 20. That would be slightly stronger than Imperium. So it should be at least 3500. Two 737 3500. It should also have an additional perfected line, but none of the VMOL sets have that. So what they need to do is add a perfect version of the more Lorca sets. Master Architect, this one is Major Slayer, I think, right? After you use ult. Isn't this the same as War Machine? From what I remember. Also no perfect one for this one. Yeah, just Major Slayer. Can't really buff it for PvP. Put it here with the other ones. Moon Dancer, this one is technically usable. It's really bad though. You get regen and after using synergy and you get weapon damage. It's like 50-50 which one you get. It's not a lot of weapon damage or regen. It's 474. This should be like 600. It's not a buff set, it's only for yourself. And it's RNG. So they could make this 600 very easily. Maybe even higher, 650. A7, how you doing? has to win tiers for the glow effect. Oh, it still has that. I think the weapons had some special effect, but very, very meh. It's probably still D tier because you can technically use it in PvP. If you have any self synergies, does that work? Actually, I need to check. Activate the synergy. Okay, so you can use your own synergies. So technically, you can always have hunting rates plus 50%. Although you don't have a set line, like 2 to 4 line on this one. Get the minor slayer, which is kind of pointless. The weapon spell mass, max magica. But you get more than the Julianus, for example. So I think it's a little bit above those. Kodorin, how you doing? Hello. I've not watched the whole stream, in fact started actively watching just a few minutes ago, but ESO definitely has too many sets that are pretty useless for all kinds of content. Yup. For a new player, all of this is devastatingly confusing. For somebody with experience, it just becomes annoying. Too bad the dev team does not seem to understand the problem and how to fix it. Like quite a few of Skinny's ideas, at least for PvE. Yeah, Skinny was doing the skill lines, right? I watched a little bit of that. He had some really great ideas. So actually, how I got some inspiration for this, and for doing the patch notes in particular. I think it's always more useful coming up with solutions than just complaining about things being garbage. Mora Scribe is not bad on Werewolf if you run Oaken. Any Oaken build can get good value. Any, if you have teammates who give you buffs, this is actually not bad. The non-perfected is going to be up below a tier, of course. It's going to be higher than Ordesvat, always. It's like Ordesvat plus 50%. When you fully optimize that set. I think Ordesvat was in C tier, right? Kind of low C tier or mid C tier. Here. Kind of high C tier. So I think the non-perfect one is probably gonna be... I think worse than Dolorous, maybe around here. So we're lacking 1 2 to 4 piece. Oh wait, no, it has to be higher, right? It has to be like low C tier, because plus 50% of Ordesvat is still worth more than like that 50% is worth more than a 2 to 4 piece line. Exclusive PvP? Yes, but I consider PvE, so I don't propose anything crazy that would be PvE meta, or would break PvE, like more ult gen non-sets or stuff like that, or crazy crit senses. So it's just it is a PvP list, but with PvE in mind. Peace and Serenity, this one is isn't this a PvE only set as well? This is something weird. Oh no, never mind. It's this one. Technically usable in PvP. 465. It should probably be more for PvE as well. But technically it's usable. It does have the restriction, and when you start moving, you get less value than earnings rates and other ones. So maybe it's like high F tier for the non-perfected. Pearlescent, this one is it is usable by bulk groups, so we have to rank it a little bit higher. It's a unique weapon spell damage. Usually you have one person running perfected in bigger groups. I think it's like 205 or something like that. It's not as good as Buffalo Assault or other buff sets, but it's 180. So it's probably about... it's probably more value than Ebon and the other ones we have here. I would say. Where's Ebon? Kirsten's Ebon, it's probably a little bit higher. Maybe like around here. But this is actually the non-perfect one. Okay, it's less with non-perfect then. Maybe like low C tier again. Or maybe even high D tier. To stay consistent. Okay, we have the perfect ones. This was only for it's only for PvE. So maybe just next to the non-perfect one. I don't know how to rank this. Don't really get anything for PvP. Same with Unsouls. Veleken on the other hand, this one is pretty solid. So if that's there, then this one needs to be high B tier. Probably like around here. I won't put it A tier, I think. I think these are all better, more versatile sets. Or maybe I put it A tier because of the dueling. It is best in slot there. B tier has a lot of best in slot items, but only because it's like necessary to run them. Because you don't have any other alternatives. Like Master Bow and like the Stem Decay is really good. You want to run Venom Arrow, but you also have to double bar Firebrand. Very awkward, you run it because you have to. Relican, you run it because you want to run it in duels. So I think because we put Kjalnar, San and others here, I think Relican as well is justified to be A tier. And that means we move this up to B tier. It's not that much worse. It's like high B tier. Maybe around here. Another PV set, put it there. Chaotic Whirlwind, this one we placed in, I think, D tier for the non-perfect, then perfect one is gonna be C tier. For sure. Not like super high C tier, but maybe around here. Bail order kind of level of value. We already put the note for that one. Also, Peace and Serenity is not... I think non-perfect is probably F tier, but we also need to come up with a note for that one. Because I think that one can be buffed. It's not like PV meta and the values should be higher. So you can only have one of the buffs. I like the concept of the set. Isn't PV or Master PvP, so for sure it's mostly PvP. Yeah. I wouldn't pretend to be qualified enough to rate everything for PvP. I know like more or less the meta and whatnot, but I'm not like 100% sure about everything nowadays. Haven't really kept up to date with all of the what people run after subclassing. It's health, stamina, and magical regen. I think it could be 300. Could be 600 weapon spell mass and 300 regens. So again, it's not one barable. So it's fine to have close to Breath's Vitality values here. So 600 when you stand still and 300 regens when you move. That's fine. Perfectly fine. Also, I'm gonna add a note here. Add perfected version. Because they're missing a set bonus. Kokra, how you doing? Merhaba Kars. 8 hours? Yes. It's a long stream. I'm gonna finish it today though. Almost done. Almost done. Yolnakrin, this is actually usable in PvP to my shock and horror. I realized it's not bad. It's not bad because you can have someone running blind, and that makes it better than I think probably easier to keep full uptime than running in Phoenix mode with the minor cards. And then you get minor force from the blinds then. Sure, you need more sets, but you have more uptime. So we rank this higher. Where's the non-perfect one? Was it D tier? No, it was C tier. So this one is gonna be B tier. Only around here. Any more time than devs? I mean, probably. Okay, this one we already ranked. Also, I should probably think if this can be made better. How would I change Asylum Destro? Because I think it's a little bit disappointing nowadays. It's not quite as good as it used to be. It's been power crept a lot. I don't know if you can really change it. Maybe this B tier. Did I rank it above? Yeah, I did. It's probably around here. You could make it increase the damage done by Crushing Shock. Damage done by... what's the non-morphed version? Force Shock. By 10%. That'd be interesting. That'd be very interesting. It's only the one ability. So if you're like 15% of your damage or 10% is from Force Shock, then it's 1% damage buff. Or 1.5%. But it makes it a lot more interesting and justify running it more easily. The Perfect Core Riptide is a little bit higher. I think it was D tier for the non-perfect, that's right. Yeah, it's over there. Big Maple, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. So you can get quite a lot of damage from this at the moment. For like ganking and whatnot. It's a bit clunky, but I would say it's worth more than Armor of Truth, for example. This one's 450, this one's 600. All you have to do is be below 50% stam. So that makes it better for ganking than all of the things here. But still kinda meh. It's only really usable for ganking. I think 15% crit damage, for example, that starts to be more value. I would probably put it here. Just for ganking. Actually, you don't have to be in combat, right? Yeah, don't have to be in combat. Go to 50% stam, that's 600 weapon spell elements. With double crit sense and weapon spell elements on the 2 to 4. Yeah, that's an S tier set. This is the Asylum Sword and Boat. We ranked the non-perfect in A tier. It's gonna be S tier. I think next to Red's Vitality. So on some builds this is insanely good. Also my multi-chat thing is a bit bugged, I think. I don't see Twitch chat there anymore. Sorry if I missed some stuff. Visually understands the mechanics better than them at this point with some of the comments you saw. I think even you do. Most people that have stuck with the game for a while. I mean, yeah, I think devs, they spend more time creating new stuff than understanding the old stuff and the meta. I think that's the problem. Team Spider, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Still streaming, yes. What's up, Didum? We are still tier listing S tier. No one can fight me on this. This thing is OP. I think here. Or we... no, I think here is fine. It's not as common as Red Fight either. Is Mistland Snow? Aslan Snow? Ooh. I'm still waiting for them to release the last zone. Because I think it's Aslan's and there's one more after that. It's like the full release, right? But yeah, defensive position, no need to change that. Concentrate force, maybe 10% buff to force shock. It's not really been used that much. Could use a small buff. And I think subclassing or scribing also reduced the amount of like crushing shocks and weapon skills you see. So it is reasonable that they would buff these weapons. Did notice the last one full release in Q26, or what is Q26? You mean next year? 2026? Also, we know this one is has potential, but I think C tier. So if you think of permablock builds, you can run Dolor's Arena and get the pen and the armor right now. But you could also just run something like Winter's Embrace and Frozen Watcher and just do Giga AoE damage around you. That's worth like 20% of your damage. And you probably don't have space for both of them. So this set kind of has to compete a bit more. But still, I think it's probably... but more than Burning Spell Wave. Maybe not, kinda close. Probably around here. Oh, it's early next year, okay. It's not that far away, actually. Navinta's PvE set, but... no, this is F tier no matter what. False Gods, maybe the perfect one is... worth something. Cost reductions and... what do you get from the... weapon spell mass, so crit sense, weapon spell mass, crit sense, cost reduction, expedition when you kill things, and some sustain. Yeah, I was thinking if it was weapon spell mass on the 5-piece, on the perfected bonus. So it's very close to Seducer value-wise. Not as good to the 4. not that one. This one C tier. It's probably high B tier for the just the sustain, maybe like around here or something like that. It's the expedition and when you kill something, sustain is not that valuable, I think. Harmony Chaos, again, this one is potentially pretty good. Can potentially have very good uptime on a lot of weapons elements. So in theory you could... maybe it's not as easy to gank with than Riptide, but... Riptide's here, I think it's worth maybe around the same. Just like this is a front bar only weapon, and gonna have to play a very specific build. Same with Riptide. Or you can double bar Riptide, but kinda wanna stay below 50% stam. This one you just wanna rotate synergies, basically. It's probably around same situational, but lots of weapons elements if you manage to pull it off. Which one is more actually? Riptide is 600, this one is 88 plus 200. Okay, so this one is more 640. More maximum value. Because this 129, it could be on the 3-piece. I think Riptide also has the same. Riptide has crit chance. So you definitely get more damage from Harmony and Chaos. If you want to use this on like L-Expo build, for example, could be very interesting as a stat set. Worth considering. Perfect Caspians, probably usable, but D tier, I think. Should only stack once per second, this one. I think Caspians you should be able to stack faster. But I don't know how meta it is in PvE. Because you get 12% damage if you fully stack it. But in PvP I don't see this being too good. You do get some damage out of it. But overall probably less than Scoria. I'd probably put it probably here actually is fine. But yeah, probably can't change that. Kindswin potentially can be good. I think I have the non-perfected here. Behind Harmony and Chaos, so this is C tier. And I think perfect is like max magic or something. So you don't actually gain too much from the... It's Mac region actually, that's fine. That is fine. Just for the potential sustain, I think probably... I'd rather run Ratsun to be honest. And Parabellum. And 7th. Probably around here. Lucent Echoes for the group play, pretty good. Non-perfect was C tier, I think. So this B tier. Probably kind of high B tier. It's very close to being A tier, but... Probably put it... I would run it over Yolnakrin, I think. This one bar above though. But this is way more potent. 11% crit damage and healing. Probably, this is probably fine. Probably around there. Stiroria, technically usable in PvP, but Did I make a patch note for it? I don't think I did. So I think that's something that can be buffed. If you don't buff the damage by too much, you can probably buff it a little bit. Probably F tier, I would rank this above Founding Straits and whatnot. Maybe above Moonhunter, but barely. You get about the same weapon spell damage. Around the same, I think. Visually instance mechanics. Oh, my chat is super delayed on the multi-chat thing. Just now showing the messages. It's weird. Over here yourself or a group member. Oh, that's the wrong one. Siroria. Shouldn't this be as good as... Oh, this stacks 10 times. Maybe if you stack it faster. I don't know. You can also get 440. And then plus 200. I think the radius of the ring could be bigger. I think it's 4 meters or 5 meters. I think it's 4, if I'm not mistaken. If it was like, let's say, 8-meter radius. But it would probably be too easy in PvP then. Maybe 6 meters? Slightly bigger radius. I mean, one way to fix it, or buff it a little bit. Kinda sucks if you get some AoE underneath this in PvP. I think that's why people don't really run it. You're forced out of it, or you have some mechanic that requires mobility. More Scribe, not bad again, like it's definitely better than Orders Fat. On the builds that have enough buffs. So any group build or any build running Oaken, such as Werewolf builds. Things like low B tier perhaps. You kinda have to run Oaken to run this one. If you put it around like same level as Oakwater, probably. I don't think it needs any changes. Peace and Serenity, probably... I mean, it is more damage than these sets, and you can change the region if you really need region. Maybe around here, maybe a bit higher. Try and get above Siroria. Dalok, which tier? Dalok was D tier, high D tier, I think. There. It's not too great. It's better than Cycle Breaker. Maybe around here? Oh, YouTube streamer? Oh no. Present Ward is the perfect one. Just rank it above the non-perfected. Oh, that was D tier. It's like high C tier, I think. Any other buff sets here? I would run this over here, this probably. Or it kinda depends. Really depends. Maybe like around here. Asylum Bow. Ay. Did I rank the non-perfected one? Let's refight it. Nope. Okay, we get to rank this. I think D tier. I think D tier nowadays is kind of same as Marksman. So I think Marksman is also in D tier. Yep. It's just disappointing. It's very disappointing. Maybe a little bit above, but not a lot. This used to be such a fun set. I don't want to fix this set by just turning it back to what it used to be. But it needs to be doing way more than what it does right now. You can buff the value, because penetration is not really like super valuable in PvE. So you could easily do like just only for bow abilities, right? This could honestly be 9900. Could be 10k pen for bow abilities. And even then it would be like way less than what it used to give. It used to give 50% more damage to your next knife. 50% damage, that's worth like 30k pen. Or more than that. 50% mitigation to 3.3, but it really... it was vulnerability debuff too, I think, so you always got 50%. So it would be precisely like 33k pen. So it's still gonna be 1/3 of what it used to be. But even with this, I won't run this set, I think. Man. You can double this, 13k pen. So you pretty much have full pen in PvP. And it still won't be what it used to be. Like, sure, this affects the like dot damage and everything, but it's nowhere near as good. Used to be able to do like 20k snipes with that. Used to have a very fun combo. Now it's just terrible. They can literally double this. It won't be OP. That's how bad it is right now. Pillagers, that's it's not really... Is it usable in PvP? I think it might be. But is it good in PvP? I mean, maybe, but why not just use Crypt Cannon at this point? 2% ultimate spent every 2 seconds over 10 seconds. It's the 11 other group members. Wait, if you use like ultis every, let's say 200 ulti, because this would be a healer set. Then that would be 4 ultimate every 2 seconds. Or 10 seconds. It's not a lot of ultis then. Yeah, I don't think that's too great. But it is usable. It's poly D tier. Perfect one, poly higher D tier. It is a buff set after all. Pulse of Elnofe. Poly better than Pulse of Elnofe still. That thing is terrible. That thing is awful. And this poly where we draw the line. Poly rather run Chimera's Rebuke. Give people magic and stamina every time I heavy attack, then run Pillagers. It's probably more value. Oh, okay, OP set. It's next S tier. Where Convergence is really broken. This can give you more sustain than Red's Vitality if you play a healer. Not just to you, but to your whole group. I've seen some things. I need to farm this set. I don't actually have it. I've seen some some CMX screenshots that have convinced me. Probably put it actually kind of high up here. Probably like here. Very good sun. Of course, we're not gonna buff it. We just leave it there. Roaring Opportunist. This is Major 80s. Wait, no, it's not Major 80s. I think it's some Empower set, right? No, it is Major Slayer. Okay, so not usable in PvP. That's fine. Where did I put it here? Sucks Little. Now this one is a really good buff set. Really good buff set. Some AoE Major Force after using ultim. For the whole team. I think it's how much radius is it? 12 meters? Or 28? It's 28. I think this one is maybe even S tier. It's more value than these sets. So it might be like either high A tier or just S tier as a buff set. We have recovery convergence here, maybe Saxley as well. Maybe not, because if you can't really, like, people run monomyth a lot. So if you play this in a random group, you don't always give people value. So maybe for that reason we keep it in A tier. But then Osesan should also be less value, right? It gives minor vitality, which you get from monomyth. Oh well, we can keep it there. So in like optimal situation it's probably S tier, but we'll keep it in A. Blind is there as well, also kind of best in slot. Imperium, very often best in slot. It's probably fine there. Slivers, Slivers S tier or A tier? Where did I put the... I didn't anywhere yet, apparently. I think S tier, because we have Scandemize there. I think Slivers it's less damage, but it's easier to use. I think it's S tier. But I'm not gonna rank it higher than Scavengemize, because when you do get good value out of scavenging, it's way better, so we put it here. And I wouldn't change it. Stonetalker's Oath, I think this one is... Actually, to be honest, I forget what this one does. I think it's some sustain set. Is this the heavy attack one? This is the heavy attack one. So technically you can use this in PvP. But it's kinda bad, I think. You have to heavy attack every 10 seconds, and even then it's just 2.2k. It's terrible. It's awful. But maybe perfect one is like low D tier as a buff set. Like very low D tier. Only run it over beekeepers. This could be buffed. So I don't think it's used in PvP. So this one should be every 10 seconds. That's a lot of sustain, but it's worse than recovery convergence. It's always gonna be worse. It's 2.2, it's every 10 seconds. Recovery con is also every 20 seconds, right? Yeah, this one's 20-second cooldown. But 6.8. You pretty much poke this on cooldown. So for this one to be same as Recovery Con in PvE, in theory, you would need to have 3.4k. So that's every 10 seconds, right? So 3440, right? Recovery Con was 6.8. Yeah, I think 3440 is fine. That's how we fix it. Well, we don't fix it, but we make it slightly better. Okay, just a couple left. Suksan, technically usable in IC. Get crit chance and crit damage. One poly. I wouldn't rank it above that one. Technically you can use it. Poly like here. Would I change Suksan? I don't think you can, because that one is used somewhat in PvE. Testers were soft, this one is actually not bad. It's a bit unreliable sometimes, but wasn't expecting you to be still streaming the same. We're almost done though. Doing the last few sets. I think this one's a C tier set. It's kinda similar to Eternal Warrior and things like Masatun, but it has a condition. But also less cooldown, so I think we probably rank it above or around the same as Masatun. And would I change this? I don't know if you can. I don't know how good this would be. So if you change the condition, it's gonna be kinda broken. Oops. So I think if it's every 30 seconds? No, it's every 45. We could change this then, because we changed Masatun. Just less cooldown, I think. 40-second cooldown. It's on 40% threshold. So this could also be 40-second cooldown, I think. But yeah, you get full stats if you're below 50% stam. Which is not a like super hard condition to meet. You could run this with maybe Esoteric if Esoteric was better. Could be a fun little combo. And you also get major protection for 10 seconds. Which you won't have if you run Esoteric. You won't have Monomid. Full health, magic and stamina. If you take damage when under 50% health. You probably want to play a like super high stat build, like super high health, so you don't proc it too early. Could be pretty interesting. But yeah, cooldown should be 40 seconds. Not 20, that would be OP. Kinda to be in on par with Masatun. Like a Gamba Masatun, basically. I'm just pressing this the combat prayer stuff. It used to be pretty good, but I don't think people run Blessing of Restoration as a heal that often these days. Or combat prayer. Would we rank it how high? I mean, probably higher than VMA double. But it's not super amazing. It's probably D tier for the perfected. Is it better than Asylum Bow? I think it is. Or no, because you have to run a bad skill, right? Probably around here. And you could have, I don't think you changed the cost reduction, but you could increase the healing of the skill. Increase the healing of blessing protection by 10%. People don't really run this skill for healing nowadays. But maybe if with this weapon they would. Healing done by blessing protection by 10%. So with the same for the crushing shock here, just increase the damage by 10%. You could have a plus 10% heal on this to incentivize using this skill. So I think the cost reduction is fine at 21% for 3 seconds. Yeah, unfortunately not very good nowadays. Lins in D tier breaks your heart was so good back in the day. Yeah, the sort of D tier sets that were very popular. They also nerfed Celine, used to be instant. They gave it a delay, and after that it was bad. Look at this. This is Minor Slayer, I think. Or is this the? No, there was. What is this one? Major Slayer. I thought there was an AoE Minor Slayer one as well. Maybe I misremember. It's probably not because you always get Minor Slayer from the 3-piece. But yeah, this is not PvP usable. So poly here is fine. Just actually move the perfect ones a bit above the non-perfected. None of these sets are usable. Oh, except this one. Where do we rank? Oh wait, no, this wasn't usable, right? No, it's Major Slayer. What am I doing? Transformative Hope. This is the... I think you get like Major Heroism. If you heal people and they're under 50% health. It's not very good though. Heal yourself or an ally that is below 50% health. Ignite Spark of Hope within them for 3 seconds. If they're above 9% health, yeah, you're never gonna get that in PvP. After 3 seconds, 9% health, like one attack and they're below. Or maybe you can proc this every now and then, but if the like whoever you heal dodge souls or goes invis, for example, and there's no dots on them, or you give them big damage skills, maybe it's usable. But it's not full uptime, it's just worse than Drake's Rush in every case. But I think it's probably C tier because buff set and Major Heroism. We'll put it around around here maybe. Where's Drake's Rush? It's probably B tier, yep. Where's Arcase? I think that was also worth more ulti. Here, it's probably like around here. Seems fine. Olorime, on the other hand, this is a really good buff set. Best way to get Major Courage, I think. Unless you want a double bar spell power cure. 1 bar set. I think similar to where did we put the Saxlil over there? Is Olorime A tier? Olorime is kind of harder to actually proc on people because they have to walk into the AoE. I find it harder to use than Saxlil. But I think it's probably still maybe low A tier. I mean, it definitely has to be here. Powerful Assault and like this a lot lower value buff. Even if it's easier to actually land on people. Poly here. Major Kurtz is quite nice. Rolls command, I think this Major Aegis. It's more the tank sets, I know that much. Major Aegis after heavy. That's just not PP usable. Wolf the Depths are, you can actually use that in PP. I think we rank it close to like Scoria or something. Wise Cannon is not super amazing. It could be though, it could be way better. But poly not. Damage is good, you can't really increase the radius because you do buff it in PV if you do. We probably leave that one blank. Cronin's Masterpiece, this is also a set used by bulk groups. It's a 1k magic and stamina. I think it's gonna be next to Ebon. And the same value. If not a bit more. Where's Ebon? It's like one of those buff sets that you run if your group has all the other buff sets, all the better ones. So if you have a group big enough, you can certainly run this. Man, I have to search every time. There. Oh. Almost precisely where it needed to be. It's probably a little bit more value than Ebon. Yanders, you can still use this, it's just... we can actually change that. We can definitely change that. It's still like, it's decent value I think. If you have any dot stick in, anytime you crit you stack. And when you have full stacks it's pretty decent, but... It's worth more than both the depths for sure. And some of these sets here. Is it worth more than Coral Riptide? Non-perfect, I think so. With the air, I think so as well. Void color, yes, Fury. Maybe not. I think keeping the full stacks might be harder than with these sets. They did buff it recently though. I think you always get some weapon spell elements. But they should increase the duration. Wouldn't affect PvP PvE too much. 129 and it stacks... It doesn't stack 10 times anymore. Or am I going crazy? There is no way in hell this gives you 860 weapon spell elements. Yeah, this is the old tool. Let's see if they have the new one here. They do. It's up to 5 times. So you get 130 plus the 129. Doesn't say there's a duration, but I think there was a 5-second duration. Still. I think this should be 10 seconds. And now it's usable in PvP. be very good even. But I think the stack should also be worth more. So all you get is 430. So you don't have a 3-piece. And after heavy attack, you get 136 times 5. 680. I think this should be 100 though. 100 per stack, so I get 500. You don't really want to do heavy attacks in PV, so I don't think this is gonna be too broken. And they could buff the heavy attack one off as well, I think. So you lose your stacks. You have to build them again. So I think 86 could be 100. Weapon and spell damage. 126 to 150. Should gain 900 after heavy. It's a lot, but you have to build up the stacks. I think it's worth. You almost doubled the weapon spell mass. Is the non-perfected? Is this F tier then? I think it's F tier. Did I rank it below or above Vateshrambo? It's above Vateshrambo. Okay, that's probably accurate. They're both bad. Sadly. Pillagers, non-perfect poly, F tier, below Caspian, I think. Yeah, that seems about right. Poison Serpent is like the bad Way of Fire, but still poly is there. Still way more value than these procs. It's Way of Fire with more conditions, basically. Way of Fire C tier. Probably low C tier then. It has to be kind of close to Way of Fire nowadays. So I think the damage is the same as the proc conditions harder. It's 571 and plus 0.57. This one is 0.48. So why is this less than Way of Fire? Why is it harder to proc than Way of Fire? I think we buffed Way of Fire as well. Yeah, we made it 1.5 second cooldown. So honestly this could be 1 second cooldown. The proc is harder. So you have to have poison on the target. It does have a guaranteed poisoned. We also made Way of Fire is also almost guaranteed burning though. Jakub, thank you for the YouTube follow. Thank you. Or YouTube sub. So I would probably make this definitely more damage as the guaranteed poison. It needs to have a poison damage ability on you on them, so I would also reduce the cooldown to 1 second. and skill coif to same as Way of Fire. .048 to 0.057. Yeah, it's almost like 10 times more damage. What are they thinking? It can be less damage with less cooldown, but still same cooldown as Wayfire, 1.5. And maybe 0.55 because there's a guaranteed poison. I think that's fine. If you had someone just execute, you always proc the poison. You get way more value out of that. Thunder, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Well, it definitely needs to do way more damage to be worth running. A Quick Serpent is kind of like Vicious Ophidian, but without the cost reduction part. I think this set is terrible. Just Major Expedition and Stam when you kill something. That's an F tier set. I think probably around there. It's one of the most outdated and terrible sets in the game. Oh, it does have the cost reduction. It doesn't have the weapon spell damage. Yeah, this is just Vicious Ophidian but worse. Hello Thunder, how you doing? Nice beard, thank you. Like 27 o'clock? It is 3 AM, yes. We're almost done though, we have like just a couple of sets left. Almost there. This should do, I think, something else than Vicious Ophidian, but right now it's just the same. We can just, for now, we can just, I'm gonna write a note, it should have a full redesign, but what if we do to False Gods and Vicious Ophidian? So 8% to 10%. And 2454 to 3k. Should do something very different, like increase light attack speed or something. It's called Quick Serpent, right? Would be interesting if it gave you more light attack speed. Maybe a perma buff to light attack speed. So Blood Moon without proc condition, extra light attack damage, 50% increase to light attack speed. So you can do light attacks every 0.35 seconds instead of every 0.7. But until then, I think this is what makes sense, just value-wise. But yeah, definitely F tier set right now. Recovery Convergence, even the non-perfect one is A tier. So technically I could farm this in normal, but fuck that, we need the perfected one. Poly around here actually. It's insane set. Algos is not that bad actually, even though it's missing a 2 to 4 piece line. You have the minor slayer on it. I think the proc is pretty good. You can get a lot of pen and you get some nice dot damage. And you can proc this with your own synergies. But it's probably still like C tier, I think. I think there was also another Oath Sworn, right? Or a Crimson Oath, this one. Around the same value, it's more pen, you need to use a synergy to proc it, but this one has better 2 to 4 piece. The 5 piece is way better on this one. So I think probably around here. Should get the dot damage as well. They got never sleeps, yep. Algos, I think... What do we do with Algos? There's no cooldown. I think the dot damage is fine. There should be a note though, that it should have a perfected version. I think there shouldn't be a cap on the weapons, on the penetration. And I think there should be a perfect version. Iskura, thank you for the follow. Thank you. An opportunist is not really usable. Sucks a little, even non-perfect is probably quite high value. The 5 piece line has max stam, it's not like it's super useful always. Still nice to have, I suppose. We put this in high A tier, high B tier. Something like that. Slivers, this poly goes A tier, even the non-perfected one. Where in here I would put it probably here. Something like that. Stone Talker's not usable. Oh no, this was usable but just bad. So maybe higher up in F tier. Like around here. Suxan also usable, but kind of an icy only. Probably rank it above Caspian actually, or maybe not. It's a proc set after all. But I put Pillagers. Pillagers is a little bit higher. Okay. This was resolved. This was pretty decent. It is a double bow set, so you get more. You have more importance on the 5 piece. Oh, also one thing compared to Masatun, you actually have to double bar this one. Masatun you can't. A little bit more limiting. Only around here, I'd like to say. Because that was in B tier, right? Or maybe most of them was C tier. It's probably C tier, actually. Yeah, we can put it that high. So this needs to be high D tier. Probably around here. Oh, this is just F tier, right? In today's day and age. Probably better than Maelstrom. Look at this, not a PvP set. Transformative Hope, I think this was somewhat usable. Like 2. No, this is Major Heroism up to 75% uptime, but never actually 75% uptime. It's not gonna happen. I think I'll put this in C tier. So this would be... I guess a little bit higher. Probably here. I don't think I'd rank it higher than this set. Twice ranked is really good now. They buffed that. We probably would buff it a little bit more. Given that I changed some of the other sets in the patch notes. So of these pen sets you can kind of buff a little bit. Without breaking PvP. And they kind of need a little bit of buffing to compete with proc sets. Things like Rallying Cry and Wet Spiderland and so on. So this one I think maybe A tier. Where do I have the where do I have Oakwater? This one's a little bit better nowadays. It's like low B tier, so this is high B tier then. Only like one of the better assets. I'll put it here. It should be a little bit better. Still. 2.3 plus 660. What did I do to Oakwater? That's 500 pin, so plus 10% buff. So should this be 700? Maybe 750? Only be there. Yeah, I don't think the pen sets are higher than that. They can be best in slot sometimes for some builds, but it doesn't feel like it's it doesn't feel like they make as much of a difference as any set in the A tier. Like Relic and Essence Thief, Fast Strider or Set Pain, like, all of these have bigger impact. If you want to build for stats, usually Elite Talk, right? If you want to have a balanced build. But sometimes if you just want to build for skill damage and nothing else, maybe Baylock and Twice Fang, then maybe you get a B tier set. Because like sometimes these are best in slot. Not because you want to run them, but because you have to run them. Because there's like no other alternatives. So B tier is not terrible. You can still run them. Even C tier to some degree. But yeah, we buffed Oakwater by 10%, but also the weapon spellman spot by 50%. I think Shattered I buffed a little bit. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Senator Penset. Stone. I think Stone we buffed a little bit by 10%. So you can justify buffing twice fanged. So I'm fine with it being the strongest one. It takes time to build up. It takes a little bit of time to build up. So this should be 720. Or actually you get half the value from the static value. Maybe 750. 750 times 5. Get 3.7 and then you get 2.3. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, last one's Twilight Remedy. This is the I think it's a heal set, if I recall correctly. It doesn't have a 2-4 baseline because it drops some more Flogas. No perfect sets there. Yeah, it's a heal. When ally activates a synergy you have created, get minor force and a heal. Pair of the synergy activators max magic or stamina. I mean, technically you could use this in a group for a minor force buff if you are putting out synergies. But it's not F tier. But I think the isn't there a cooldown? Since you have created within 10 seconds, over 15 seconds gain minor force for the duration. I don't know how to change this really. Don't want to buff the buff sets too much. Don't think this is super amazing. It's not terrible either. Minor force with a heal. You can get that from blind. It's better to get it from blind, but there's policy there. There's a buff set. Is it as good as this one or Scorion's Feast? Probably not. Harder to proc it. Probably around here. Maybe 20 seconds. 15's kind of random. Why not 20? So if they use your synergies on cooldown, they can have full uptime. It's a big if. Not add perfect version. Small buff, but would make it better. Olorime non-perfected, lacking the Mac region 5 piece, but probably still still worth running. C tier or a B tier. I think B tier, because I have perfect in A. I would run Spellblock here over Olorime non-perfected one. Probably. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. But it's kinda close. Vicious Serpent is kinda the same as... Oh, actually, no, it's terrible. Because you need the perfect one. Right? Isn't there a... Oh, there's no... Right, there's no perfect Vicious Serpent. There is one for False God, though. So it's probably same value as False God. Which was a... mid-tier cell. Or mid-D-tier cell. Not mid-tier, definitely not mid-tier. Around here, it's just medium instead of light armor. Otherwise, same stats. 8% to 10%. Made a typo here. Oh, never mind. I did not. Brawl not usable in PvP. War Machine not usable in PvP. Both the depths kind of usable, but non-perfect poly here is. Wise Mates, this isn't this just minor vuln? It's like infallible, but with less stuff. Yeah, when you have it like minor vulnerability, it's terrible. It's poly F tier, but it's still better than Nightmare. It's the same as this one. This has useless bonus for PvP. Which one has better 2 to 4? Crit chance, weapon spell damage. Crit chance on the 5-piece. Weapon spell damage. So you're better off with Infallible because the you can one-bar it more easily. With Wise Mace, I mean. But they're both bad. How do you even fix this one? Maybe Major Vuln, but that would be OP. What if you had minor vulnerability and minor brittle? What if you did like all of the LSS status effects when you heavy attack? Not the status procs, but all of the buffs that you get from them. I think that would be fine. Just minor vuln turns into minor vulnerability and minor maim. Minor brittle and burning. Not missing any, right? Fire shock ice, yeah. $10 seconds and burning for 4 seconds. I wouldn't make a 10-second burn, like that's probably a bit too strong. Or would it be? It probably wouldn't even be too strong, but would be awkward because it could get overwritten by the short duration burning, I think. I'm not sure how that works. Because burning is not really a minor buff. Actually, maybe not burning. Doesn't really fit the set. Minor one, minor main, minor brittle. Is the brittle would make it worth it sometimes over just running LSS. You have full duration, of course. And this would make LSS completely pointless to slot. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. Much better. Should be like that already. Xorian, this is probably D tier for the non-perfected one. Oh, where do we place this? Probably like around here. It's just fine. Bulk Astral, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And last one. We can do these ones too, but I'm just gonna write that they should drop again and just probably increase the numbers a bit. Non-perfect yanders. Is this worth running over Hunning's Rage? No, because you need to build up the weapon spell match. And you lose that by not having a 3-piece line. So this one is F tier. What kind of high F tier, but F tier. Okay, this one doesn't exist. I don't know if I should rank that one. I mean, we can, just for the memes. So for those who don't know what's one... They said this, it's something that is not in-game. Says it's part of the base game, it is not. Can no longer be obtained, it never could be obtained. But I have seen this around. Do you know if Asus's glitches in Sordell? I had scroll, got docked by 3 to 4 enemies, fell through the maps. Yes, there's a lot of bugs right now. What's up, Lily? Spawn with scroll at base camp. Don't want to get banned for glitch. I would run out of the base camp probably. For a fair play, but I don't think we can get banned for a game not working. The game is a mess right now. The game is a complete mess. I don't think this one even exists. I'm not gonna balance this one. This thing is just weird. We've been falling through the map. Falling through the map, skills not working, passives disappearing. Stuck in heavy attack animation, like there's never been as many bugs as right now. I didn't do any PvP today because I know it would have been tilting. Even if I didn't get the bugs myself, I could fight people in PvP, and they might be getting the bugs, so nothing I do in PvP matters. So no, it's just bad. Can I even check this in editor? No, they don't exist. Oh, they do. Yeah, weapon spell damage on weapon spell damage 3-piece. You also need a jewelry from this set. So these ones have special enchants. They don't drop anymore, but they should. I think 3-piece should be... it's fine if it doesn't have a 2-piece, because we'll get to that. It should be 300 weapon spell damage. 129 is like, that's terrible. Even though you're supposed to... Or maybe they could have a like very weak 2-piece line. Because back when these sets existed, there wasn't a 2-piece line on any weapon. Or any 3-piece jewelry set. 1 hour 20 before daily series. Oh shit. Yeah, I have to speedrun this. You're right. Looking at like very basic bonuses. Notes. Make this set drop again from X dungeons. Keep the special enchants which the weapons have. But make them impossible to re-enchant. And reduce the cooldown to 4 seconds. For those who don't know these sets, I have some of them in game. They used to drop in 2014, 2015. They were like very rare sets that dropped in the original Wet Dungeons. They had some like very unique enchants, and they removed them at some point. I don't know when exactly that happened. I think 2015. They stopped dropping. But these are all F tier right now. They're all F tier because they don't drop in above CP, or there wasn't CP 160 back then. Or veteran rank 16. There was veteran rank 14 when they were removed. So you can't have full weapon damage value versions of these ones. So even with the special enchants, they're gonna be. A Broken Soul, that's the quest reward. Level up quest reward. I don't know if they should buff that one. It's supposed to be kind of a tutorial set, I guess. So we can skip that one too. We skip that one and the Armor of the Code. A giant spider, that's just Warmotor. Where's Warmotor? It's another bugged one. I don't know why they have it here in the tier list. But it was literally just Warmotor. I have that one too. Sport weapons, level up weapons, don't need to buff those. Relics of the Physician Unsure, this is the... is this the mall? Which one is this? Yeah, this is the mall. I think I have this one. It doesn't show the special enchant though. Oh, it does on this one. This one is just... this one also has a special enchant, I thought. You can see here, shock damage and restore magic. They should keep those. I think those are cool. We can try to rank these. This one is more flame damage, definitely worth more than the pen. It's a bow, so easier to land the enchant. This one was max magic and healing done. But let's do this one first. Wait, this is a different one. Relics of the Physician Unsure. Is this the Destro stuff then? This might be the Destro stuff. I don't know how to search for that. Unsure. Oh. Oh, it's literally the rest of stuff. But this one is actually pretty good. The enchant. It's better than the bow. Bow is just double damage flame enchant. This one is 2 different effects that can block 2 different stage effects. And the Restore Magica is worth more than the usual Restore Magica enchant. But it has 10 second cooldown. Is it at 4 seconds? 10 seconds is just bullshit. Like why? Why does it have to have that? So this one should be... Wait, did things have 2-piece bot lines? I guess they did. Some of them didn't have 2-piece lines back then. Where's Abbot Rider? Hey, what's Black Belt Scroll Runner? Abbot Rider was, I think, B tier. Not B tier, C tier? Low C tier? Or high D tier? I think it's here. Yeah, it's D tier. So I think you can have better ones for... Because I think you're into scroll running, right? I think there's better ones. So you can still get snared, right? And you probably don't want to spam... Race Against Time non-stop. Which actually doesn't give you any value if you get if you have Added Rider. But what are the PvP list, right? Yes, it's PvP list. I think for a scroll running, I think what you want is there's a C tier set for that. But I think it was C tier. Was the Nets Pride or Nets? What's it called? Not that one. Net Soil, this one. Coward Scare also. I think these are better. Have a full snare and root immunity if you get CC and CC break. Or if you use the immobile bot. This one though, this one should have... it should have a like special, kind of like what we did with Willpower. Just have the bigger max magical line. Or similar to Willpower. I think we changed that on... No, I need to find it here. 2052. Or maybe a normal line, because they have special enchants, right? So I wouldn't change that. I think the 3-piece should be 10% healing done. Which won't be OP. And we just copy paste the note here. So let me scroll up a bit. Chat isn't showing. Yeah, it's really bugged, the multi-chat. It's been laggy today. I don't know why. Usually fault and respawn at gate. Anyone going under and bumping the scroll out should be reported. It's a glitch, how is that fair? Wasn't intentional? Yeah, that's like what matters if it's intentional or not. So the scroll taken out was intentional. If you fall through the map, you will fall until you respawn at the gate. It's different, just the game being broke. Yep. Broke ESO. It's very broken right now. Spelunker build pen. We made changes that would make it slightly more usable. You wanna see them? Spelunker. For Spelunker to be worth running, it would need a 20% cost reduction on undaunted skills. And anytime your allies use synergies, instead of getting 730 magic and stamina, you should get 2000. And you should heal for 4000 without a cooldown. And even then it would be bad. So you could geek up off that set, and would still be terrible. But maybe D tier after that, instead of F tier. It's kinda irrelevant to rank that, since you haven't been able to get those since one time real. Yeah, but we can still rank them, I guess, based on the enchants. Because I have them. This one has a 5% chance to give you a damage shield without a cooldown. I actually don't have a full 3-piece of that one, sadly. But I think the 3-piece is nice. Probably rank it behind these two, because it has a 1H weapon and shield. Which means that you won't have a like super good enchants on there. Maybe I have a template for this. I can link it in chat in a moment. Or if you're interested in making your own templates there, you can find this editor in ESO Hub. If you go here to tools, there's a tier list editor. It's gonna be behind the chat right now, but you can find it in here. I'll also have a link to mine in a bit, so I'm probably gonna end stream soon. We'll just finish this, even the weird sets. Oh, it's a 1H weapon, okay, that's why it doesn't have the super enchant. Max health, and I won't actually change this. I think it's interesting like this. Maybe buff the shield a bit. 2k shield is, or 3k shield. When you deal damage. Maybe it could be 10%. Maybe it could be 10%. Because that's a small shield and I don't think it stacks. So they should make this set drop again. As a rare drop from any, like, some dungeons, not all of them, but... That's another reason I want to rank them. Because I think these were very interesting sets. The Desert stuff had a really good enchant too, I think, but the rest of one was the best one. I think this one was shock damage and was like penetration or something. Shock damage and weapon spell damage, right? Oh, this one actually needs to be 10-second cooldown. So weapon spell damage is 10-second cooldown. The other ones don't need to be 10 seconds because they're 4-second cooldown enchants. That's why it never made sense to me. I guess this one has armor on the 3-piece. So this one should have... armor 2-piece as well. I mean, maybe you could keep it as a special 4-second cooldown weapon damage enchant. Given that the 3-piece is kinda meh. Should probably be same as the current what's it called? What do we have in F tier? Fortified press, right? Also was from Elden Hollow. It was from Elden Hollow and some of the other ones too. They could drop in multiple of the base game dungeons. I remember that much. Between 87 to a like kind of bad 5-piece value. And the last one, I think this was actually move this down a bit. This wasn't one of the better ones. This one was good, I think. Not as good as these ones. Maybe it was better than the bow. I think it was a 2H weapon. Yeah, this one was the armor reduction, which is also a 10-second cooldown. And restores them, a lot of stam, as you can see. Decisive weapon, 836 restore stam. You could change the trait. I changed that on the restore stuff. But the cooldown's still ridiculously long. It's 5 seconds, should be 2 seconds. If it was 2 seconds, you could run these weapons just for the enchant. I kind of wanted to choose one of them when they introduced the changing the traits back in the days. Hearts, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I think this one also has armor. So actually just copy paste that. You can change the design if they want, but we should kept yours. Why you destroyed it? No way. Some rare treasures. And with that, we are done. Finally. I think this took like 20 hours coming up with the tier list. Right now it's 4 AM. These are just non-exiting or level up weapons. I don't want to rank them, but just a quick look at the tier list again. We have S tier, Rallying Cry, Demolisher. I'm not gonna actually list all of them. I'll list the S tier, Demolisher, Perfect Recovery, Convergence, Separatist Stain, Baylok, Monument, Cave Cities, Torque of the Elite King, Acuity, Breast Vitality, Huntsman's, Rush of Agony, Soul Cleaver, Firebrand, Master Duel, Master 2-8 for bombing, Asylum Sword on board, really good. Not many people know that. Scavenger Mice on the right builds, of course, when you have Satin Rocks or Shriek. Slivers, of course, has to be there. Crypt Cannon for the duo gameplay is very good. Trainee for the 1-piece that you actually have left on the 5-piece front, 5-piece back. More set builds always have room for Trainee or Druids, and Trainee is better. So Trainee S tier, Improve Physique in IC, best in slot. We use that for bomb builds, very often best in slot. We have A tier, these are also best in slot very often for many builds. There's a lot of really good group sets here. Definitely best in slot. Like Shed Pain on Melee Stamblade, for example, super best in slot. On mono Knife Blade with no subclassing. B tier, lots of good sets, very often best in slot sets. But not quite as good as A tier, of course. You have classics like DDF and Shapeshifters, Marking Ring, kinda power crept sets nowadays. Just outperformed by things like Monomyth and like Seasonal if you really want to go max damage, and Elite Torque and so on. There's the disappointment tier, C tier. You have things like esoteric and Ratson and whatnot. Like sets that can be alright, but they never quite felt like good enough to even make it to B tier. Lots of popular sets here as well. You see lots of Engine Guardians, Malakat, stuff like that. So that's the C tier. And D tier is just bad. It's just bad. Things like Dark Prey, Velidred, Celine, Vicious Serpent, Pulse Guard. We have Hunting Stray, Julianos, all like really outdated stats sets and whatnot. These are all D tier. Things like Nazare, Shadowrend, still D tier. And then you get to F tier. You have sets that no longer drop, that don't exist in max level even. You have the trial sets that don't work in PvP. You have heavy tech sets that don't work in PvP. Very low value sets like Dark Stride, just sneak cost reduction and sneak speed, I think it was very bad. You have really low value sets like Fortified Brass, terrible, just awful set. Charismatic Collector, like weird sets that are not worth running. Like this one is Minor Defile. This one is minor maim around you. Literally just Arctic Blast side effect without damage. Terrible. Sets that don't work in PvP, mythics that don't work in PvP. Or mythics that are terrible, make you play like an idiot, but do work in PvP. In case of this one. There's lastly at the very bottom we have sets that kill you. We have sets that literally make you take more damage, and the upside you get is not worth it whatsoever. We have sets that make you do less damage. Sets that make you take more damage than what you gain, like Talfigs. Sets that kill you, like Pelinals. If you don't get kills every second to get the damage heal, but even then it kills you, Oblivion damage. It's gonna just be more of a downside than an upside. Probably the worst monster set. Actually, Kenna also kind of more of a downside. You can't even gank with it nowadays. They nerfed that. But yeah, that's the F tier. That's the F tier. And that is the tier list for PvP. You also have some patch notes. I'm gonna post this in YouTube in the coming days. I'll have to edit quite a bit, I think, or not that much. I'll just edit out the AFK parts, but it's gonna be a lot of hours of YouTube videos. I'll probably have to make some kind of a summary of the tier list for people who don't want to watch 20 hours of justifying each set and where they are. Yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll find some of the raid. Thanks for note.